All right, good evening, everyone. Welcome to tonight's City Council regular meeting here for Monday, June 5th. One study session topic for tonight, and we have a working dinner. And we have brought Arapahoe County, the commissioners and council together to discuss shared topics and provide updates. I guess the first thing that we should probably do is just introduce ourselves, since not everyone may know Arapahoe County and their staff. So I guess we'll start there. So Commissioner, did you want to kick us off with introductions?
Sure. My name is Carrie Waring Gully, and I am County Commissioner in Arapahoe County for District 1, which includes Inglewood, which is near and dear to my heart as I grew up in this area. So I love working with you all and the partnerships that we have. I will say that Commissioner Campbell Swanson will be here shortly, but she had a meeting prior to this and let us know she was going to be a little late. And Commissioner Holland let me know that he had to go home ill this evening, and we have our State of the County on Wednesday morning. So I told him, go home, get better, because you got to be there Wednesday morning. So
No sick days on Wednesday. Go ahead, Member Woodward.
Council Member Woodward, at large, and serving a 2-year term.
Go ahead, Member Anderson.
Joe Anderson, City Council member representing District 3, which is south of Hampden mostly.
I am Steve Ward, Mayor Pro Tem. I represent Council District 4, which is the southwest portion of Inglewood, roughly west of Broadway and south of Oxford.
Hi, I'm Michelle Halstead. I'm the director of the Commissioner's Office for
Michelle Halstead, Director of the Commissioner's Office for Arapahoe County.
Hi, Kathy Smith. I'm the Community Resources Director for Arapahoe County.
Chelsea Newton Camp, Inglewood City Council for District 2, which is the northeast corner of the city.
Rita Russell, Council Member at Large. Nice to have you here this evening.
And it's great to see you, Carrie Warren Gully, and your associates, Cheryl Link, Council Member at Large.
I'm Tamara Niles, City Attorney here in Inglewood.
Tim Dodd, Deputy City Manager in Inglewood.
Sean Lewis, City Manager.
And I'm Daniel Sierra, Mayor, as well as City Council Member for District 1, which is the northwest part of the city. All right. I guess to kick us off, Sean, did you want to lead us off in terms of what we are covering tonight?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. We do have a number of topics that were outlined in the council packet, and we have handouts in front of everybody. This is an exact replica, just not in format, to the council memo that we provided Michelle late Friday. So I'll go ahead and get started with the end of that handout, which is really some thanks that we want to give to the county, particularly the open space tax. As you know, Inglewood was a very strong supporter in the recent ballot. The Inglewood voters, possibly one of the larger percentages, higher percentages of folks in the county that lifted the sunset on that tax. The Parks Department has really been able to use that for a number of things, equipment, tree replacement. In the last year, we've replaced 37 trees with that funding. Our Parks Flower program, as well as our Park Flower, the volunteer program, where volunteers can sign up to do flowers. We've updated our park signage, and that's a work in progress with that funding. And then also done some concrete trail replacement, replacing asphalt trails with concrete in Romans Park, which is really helping us with ADA issues throughout the park. We also are using open space tax for grant matching funds in 2023. Funding made Jason Park Phase 2 and Bates Logan Phase 1 possible. And last but not least, Parks Planning Design, our 2023 master plan update was funded. A lot of that construction drawing and planning that was taking place in anticipation of going to voters to talk about parks projects was that was also made possible by the tax. So just want to thank the county for your leadership in that, particularly the most recent ballot initiative on that. And then secondly, City Ditch Piping Project. Commissioner Warren Gully, when I call you out specifically, No, you were actually very helpful. So as you know, that project has been popular in this city, not quite as popular in our city to the south, but we have really worked hard at outreach and engagement in both Inglewood and Littleton. Director Van Rye, Director of Utilities in South Platte Renew, is here tonight, and he specifically wanted me to point out the commission has been helpful in just being at the table as we have those discussions, particularly since there could be a possibility of some open space tax resources in the future that could go to a trail or other amenities along the city ditch after that project is completed. So I would like to hold, actually, this might be a good place to stop and do one more introduction. All right.
No pressure, but we're putting you on the spot.
Just push that middle number and just introduce. Right.
This one. Hello, this is Commissioner Jessica Campbell Swanson. I represent District 2, Centennial, Greenwood Village, and a little bit of Aurora. And my favorite color is green, and I like long walks on the beach. Is that good? Okay.
Perfect. Yes, thank you. I interrupted your trek to the dinner table.
And City Manager, before you move any further, I guess since we're covering quite a few topics, is it best that we just save our questions for the end? Since some of these topics may be a little bit meatier than others, so.
I think so, and
Okay.
then the commission, the council can really just, whichever topics you want to dig into more. It's a Deputy City Manager, Tim Dodd, and I will run through these, as well as with some help from Michelle Halstead. So I'll get us started. Probably planned ballot initiatives, both you, Commissioner Warren Gully, and the mayor can talk about that in just a moment. But I'd like to introduce Tim to talk about Tri-Cities.
Thank you. So the first topic we'll be talking about, as City Manager Lewis said, is Tri-Cities Homelessness Policy Committee. This is something that I really view as a strong regional collaboration and success in those terms of the three cities that are involved, Littleton, Sheridan, and Inglewood, and then also of Arapahoe County. So about 5 or so years ago, the three cities started talking about homelessness being a regional issue and needing to tackle it in a regional approach. And so in 2020, they commissioned a study to better understand the reasons why people fell into homelessness in our region. And then from there, we built a Tri-Cities plan of action. Shortly thereafter, the county got very involved in helping us. And that was during the time of when there was a lot of ARPA money and CARES Act money before that. And so we started figuring out ways that we could better partner. The county, and I want to specifically mention Kathy, who's here tonight for her partnership. Kathy has spent quite a bit of time and her team of working with Sean and I and the other two cities on this. And so again, we're really thankful for that partnership. It's resulted in a lot of things. One of the things that we're most proud of is a Tri-Cities homelessness coordinator in the form of Mike Sangren, who is officially a county employee but serves the three cities. The county's support for the plan of action and implementation. We have several major things that have happened under the plan so far. Several of you were there on Friday when we broke ground for Bridge House Ready to Work. As you know, this is a critical component of our homelessness plan of action. There are 4 themes in the plan: governance, families, individuals, and workforce development. And Bridge House is one of the key components, or probably the main component right now, of our workforce development theme. And so this is a program that's a tested and true model that was used in both Boulder and Aurora that has an over 70% success rate that they're always trying to drive up. So that's a major partnership. We also launched a lived experience advisory board, and we're also working, and I believe I have a meeting tomorrow, on an RFP to select an organization to run a navigation center. So the county really has played a critical role in helping the three cities to the point where there's now about to be a countywide homelessness plan. And I really do, you probably saw my comment, Kathy, but I really do view the Tri-Cities initiative as one of the blueprints that hopefully can be scaled up for the entire county. I'm just going to move on then to the next topic, which is emergency management. So as you're probably aware, in 2019, we began an emergency management contract with the Arapahoe County Office of Emergency Management, which is housed in the county sheriff's office. Before that, Inglewood kind of did emergency management through our police and fire departments, but we're really happy with how things have turned out with this contract. We have a dedicated resource currently in the form of Eric White. We have had 3 different coordinators. Eric has been with the county and helping the city for about a year. But the nice thing too with this is that we also get the full resources of the Office of Emergency Management, or OEM, when they're necessary, such as during COVID and such as during a water boil order that we had approximately 2 years ago. I really think that the way this program has scaled up has worked really well for us. It started right before the COVID-19 pandemic. And so I'm sorry? Yeah. Oh, yeah, exactly. Yeah. And so it started right before that. And so really the first year was about helping us through that. And then also during that time, the county helped us build plans such as the continuation of operations plan, or the COOP. And then after that, the next iteration was really focusing on training. We have about 90% of our employees have gone through the mandatory FEMA training. That's really thanks to Eric and his predecessors. And what we're working on now is community engagement. Eric is partnering with our communications department to do a campaign to increase the percentage of people in the city who are signed up for ARAP alerts, which is critical to understanding and being aware of emergencies. So that's another program that we've been partnering with the county on for a couple years now, and that contract runs through the end of 2024.
Thanks, Tim. And I will cover an update. I'm sure you all can tell us much more about Arapahoe County Public Health. But I just want to say, as an outside observer, meeting a lot with Michelle, as we do, and other county staff, your county staff did an outstanding job putting that together. The research, the analysis that went in that, the recommendations, the professional consulting that was undertaken was just phenomenal. And, you know, you all turned the lights on. Was it January 2nd, I guess? You might have been in the office January 1st. But you have just done an outstanding job, and really kudos to the county for how well executed the setting up of that health department has been. Inglewood has had very positive interactions with Arapahoe County Public Health. The food truck and restaurant inspections have gone very well. We've had some rabies cases in town that the public health has been very, very helpful with. And then, you know, the meth contamination issues that we had in the library, major issue for us. We really appreciate the County Public Health Department being a great partner in those efforts too. We are talking to Arapahoe County Public Health now about vermin cases. We have had a couple of issues with rodents. I think with the wet weather that we've had, lots more people getting backyard chickens in Inglewood. I think we're seeing an increase in some of the mice and rat situations. And so we are talking to Arapahoe County Public Health about how we can partner as well as possible on that issue. And then Tim will close us off with sustainability.
Thank you. Yeah, so sustainability is an area I just briefly want to tell you a little bit about what we're working on, and then some ideas on how we could partner. So in 2020, as part of our strategic plan, we included council included a section on sustainability that contemplated the creation of a sustainability commission and the hiring of a sustainability coordinator. So about a year and a half ago, we morphed one of our commissions that was called the Keep Inglewood Beautiful, that was part of the National Keep America Beautiful campaign, into the Inglewood Sustainability Commission, and then we hired our first ever sustainability coordinator. We have several projects that are included in the sustainability outcome area in our sustainability plan. That's also our strategic plan. She's been working on everything from a green commuting program to auditing of electricity in buildings to reducing the amount of paper that we're using as a city. One of the things we're also very proud of in this area is she was hired as a part-time 0.8 employee for about 7 months or so. We've been collaborating with the city of Sheridan. So we share her with Sheridan 1 day a week. So we've also been talking to, not about sharing yet, but to the city of Littleton as they are starting the process of also building their own sustainability program. We view that this could be another possibility, like Tri-Cities homelessness, to scale up. One of the things our coordinator, Mel England, has been working on is a Green Business Network program. So this is a program that the state of Colorado has created, and its towns, cities, and counties can participate. It's a free program, and she was really hoping and wondering if this is something that the county could collaborate with us on. We'd love to achieve economies of scale and love to do this in a regional approach.
Thanks, Tim. And before I turn it over to Michelle for some affordable housing updates, just a few things that Inglewood has done in recent months. We did complete a housing assessment with regard to, in conjunction with our land use and development code update. We are forming a housing task force right now, so I know we have a number of applications that have come in for that task force. And we're really, trying to focus on coming up with a plan that's community focused, that's community engaged. And we know that the future of redevelopment of this area that we're sitting in now, city center, is a great opportunity for affordable housing, but we believe there are many other opportunities, and we are working on a joint assessment with both Littleton and Sheridan on identifying sites that could be potential sites for affordable housing. So our community development department is coordinating that research, just looking at the land use, the regulations around those parcels, easements, et cetera, and just figuring out what might be feasible. So we're excited about that work, but we're very excited that the county is taking a great leading role in that. And I'll turn it over to Michelle.
Well, thank you. And it's actually a joint effort between myself, Kathy Smith, and our Public Works and Development Director, Brian Weimer, really looking at 123 in particular and giving some good information to our Board of County Commissioners to make a decision. So we did facilitate a couple meetings with cities across the county to understand what everyone's starting to think about, some opportunities and challenges. And we'll be coming back together as a group in July to just better understand how we go forward. And the Board of County Commissioners will talk a little bit more about Prop 123 and what county-wide approaches we might take in that realm June 20th at an upcoming study session. And then we're doing a lot of land development code work in our Public Works Department, which I know Commissioner Campbell Swanson and others can talk a little bit more about too.
So Mayor, that concludes our staff reports.
Thank you very much, City Manager Lewis. Commissioner Wangoli, is there anything that you want to add or anything specific, or should just open up for questions, I guess, at this point? Okay.
Or, however you want to do
Perfect.
that, Mayor.
So we'll open it up for questions. Any questions from members of council? Or anyone at all? I heard something. Oh, Member Noonan-Camp, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, staff, for the wonderful report, and thank you all for being here. This is really lovely to have some collaboration and just some conversation around some of these issues. And I figured we could start on housing since we just ended there. And as you may be aware, we've been having a robust conversation about housing in Inglewood, and both looking at our own needs and then also, especially in the aftermath of the legislative session, acknowledging that we need more regional approaches to some of these challenges and more partnership. Challenges around housing don't stop at the dividing line of Yale or Bellevue between us and our neighbors. And I'm curious how the counties may be thinking about being kind of the gathering, maybe hub of some of those conversations in the region. Obviously, we have really strong existing relationships with the Tri-Cities, but is there more we can do together at the regional side of things to address some of these, especially when it comes to what I would say some of our biggest challenges are, which is that missing middle purchasable units, and then also the deeply affordable pieces. So I'm curious how you guys are, if you're thinking about your role in that.
Well, why don't I take a stab at first, and then Commissioner Campbell Swanson might have some other thoughts around that, as well as staff, because we're really trying to come at this, as you mentioned, as a holistic kind of way of looking at our area. One of the things that we really feel that's really important is to figure out where are the gaps. We know we've used that number, 108,000 units that have been approved and, in the process. And so one of the first things that we want to do is really try to dig into those numbers as a county and determine, okay, so what kind of housing is that? Is that all single family? Is that multifamily? What does that look like? We hear a lot from our community around lack of condominiums. And some of those, as you mentioned, Councilwoman, some of those entry points that people might have into home ownership. We also recognize that there's a need to kind of look geographically of where are those gaps. So is all of the housing taking place, all of one type of housing taking place in one area, or are we spreading it across the county, and how can we fit some of those needs? I feel as if our Board of County Commissioners really sees this as a two-pronged issue. We need a diversity of housing, and that means everything from organizations like Ready to Work and the Bridge House that are taking people that are experiencing homelessness right now and helping them find into that transitional housing, which there's a huge lack of, and then building all the way on up to single-family home ownership and what that looks like in a variety of different places in our county. So I feel as if the county has made a commitment to try to dig a little deeper into some of these numbers of what is being planned, what are some of the specifics of that, but then maybe even to start working and cooperating with some of our chambers, our business owners, our developers, our nonprofit community to say, what are the barriers? If we see that there's no condominiums being built in Arapahoe County, why? What is the barriers to that? One of them might be construction defects legislation that's out there. If that's the case, then how do we remedy that? I tend to believe that a lot of it in the more affordable to middle housing is a lack of resources. And that is absolutely something that we're going to need to be doing in partnership with the state and probably the feds as well. So that diversity of housing, and then really trying to see where are those gaps and how do we make it affordable. And recognizing that that is a different type of developer that does that work versus somebody who's doing market-based housing. I'll hand it over to Commissioner Campbell Swanson to add if you have.
Yeah, so thanks for the question. I think she listed collaboration with the states and the feds. I would say we see our municipal partners as partners in this work also, especially around Prop 123. And I was really glad for the legislation that went through that says we can collaborate on projects and divvy up, all right, this goes to your 3%, this part goes to our 3%. So I think that creates an opportunity for us. The other way that we're talking about this is looking at it holistically. I mean, really, we haven't adopted a framework around healthy communities yet, but we're looking at, alternative modes of transportation. We also know the state obviously was looping in around transportation, water, all of that. And so that's the other piece that we'll be looking at with housing. How we, again, another regional issue, our air quality, another regional issue that we know is impacted by transportation. So to me, I think where we are at the county is absolutely a shared recognition of the importance of partnerships and collaboration around this, as well as how we look at holistically and how the decisions we make over here impact over here, right? We get, people have a variety of opinions about density, but then they want, we need to save for our water, and how are we gonna manage our growth when we have all these water problems? Well, density helps with water issues. So, with those lawns, we know, I think, 40% of our water usage in the Denver metro area just goes to lawns, right? And so I think those are the kind of, what's the big picture? How is that? And then how do we all work together to achieve the goals of getting folks housed in a way that they're not cost burden? So we're looking at a lot of the definitions of affordability, attainability, and really I think we need price points across income brackets. So I think collaboration with you all, that may not be very specific. I don't know if you were looking for something more specific than list of projects or whatever, but that's, I think, how we are looking at it.
Thank you for that, Commissioner. I think that was good. I'm not sure if we were looking for specifics here because it's we only have 40 minutes here, so yeah. There's only so much we can speak to, but anything else, Member Nunkamp?
Certainly, and I appreciate that. I think that there's probably still some room for us to think about what a regional collaboration and regional partnership looks like, because some of these issues, the lack of regional partnership has actually led to some of the challenges that we're experiencing. And so I look forward to continuing the conversation and actually identifying where there are opportunities and maybe some low-hanging fruit. So I appreciate it.
I will follow up, and maybe Kathy Smith can speak to this, is that we are going through a housing study as well for the county. And so there's going to be some areas and opportunities. What I was trying to address were some of the really immediate things that we're trying to do to be prepared this summer with some of the data that we might be able to collect regionally. But obviously this is is something that will take quite a long time regionally to tackle. But I appreciate your thoughts around that because we can't do it alone. So maybe Kathy can fill us in on the housing study.
Yes, I'm happy to. Thank you. So, kind of two pieces. One of those is our Regional Homeless Coordinating Committee, which our strategic plan we're hoping to have finalized here in the next month or so and out and really be able to start working on. And a piece of that is housing. And so we can kind of see that that may be one way that we can regionalize some of our discussions and work towards that. To help inform that, of course, would be that housing needs assessment, which we're going to be doing here starting in later 2023 into 2024, which will look at the county as a whole, and then we'll be adding in a market value analysis as well to really kind of help inform some robust data. And our thought is that that could really help to work with the kind of housing prong of the homeless coordinating committee as we get moving there. So we see that as a way to regionalize. Also, Michelle mentioned our discussions on Proposition 123. We do see that as an opportunity as well for us to continue a regional discussion on housing, funding, those types of things. We're looking at trying to get a more regional discussion with developers in place so that we can get an idea of what are some of the challenges they may be facing, what are some of the things that they may want to be looking for. So those are some of the things we're working on.
I guess the one thing that I do want to add to that is how do we communicate? Obviously, since we just went through this topic just recently, and we're setting up a housing task force as well here in the coming months, how do we communicate that information to the county in terms of what we're hearing? What are some of the challenges that we have around just bringing more density or trying to develop within a TOD? You know, just conveying that information about what we're hearing from our citizens. Love to understand how we can get a process in place to kind of communicate that information in the future. Because if you are looking to have this as part of the grand plan, you also need to understand the pushback that we get from our citizens as well. So love to communicate that at some point in the future. Member Russell.
Thank you very much. And so I understand the regional approach and that we need to look at all of this, but we do have some autonomy also as a home rule charter. Also, I have a question for you. You do actually have unincorporated sections of Arapahoe County that you are responsible for, correct? That are not connected with any city. How much unincorporated land do you have for housing?
I don't know that I know how many acres we have. It's a lot. We almost go, like, when I drive back to Kansas with my mom, it's like, we're still in Arapahoe County, Mom. We're still in Arapahoe County. So, you know, it goes a long way. And I would say that obviously a large portion of the development that's happening in our county, as far as unincorporated, is in the eastern side of Arapahoe County. So Byers area, Bennett, places like that are actually seeing quite a bit of growth. But to Commissioner Campbell-Swanson's point, some of the concerns that we have around that is just this sprawl, right? That doesn't allow us to get workforce to the places that they need to be. But I do sometimes look at that and realize that a lot of our affordable housing, especially in our entry-level housing, is happening out there, right? So it does have opportunity, but it's a little different than the type of infill opportunities that we're talking about in places that are built out like Inglewood, Sheridan, and Littleton area.
So are there any unincorporated parts of the county I mean, Centennial used to be unincorporated Arapahoe County,
Right,
correct?
right.
Are there any other areas?
Commissioner?
Yes.
So so in where there's still parts that Centennial has not annexed in the kind of middle corridor on Arapahoe, a third of my residents live in unincorporated Arapahoe. And that basically is Colorado to Parker, a little past Smoky Hill, but that whole area, and I got a third. So there are unincorporated areas within sort of the more inner areas.
Okay, I appreciate that. And one thing that we need to remember, we've already heard from our citizens. They want no more density, and Inglewood already is the most dense municipality in the Denver area. We're even denser than Denver. And so I think that we do need to work together, but I think some of the other cities and the county also need to do some of their fair share. So, thank you.
Absolutely. I appreciate that. If I remember correctly, we have 100,000 residents that live in unincorporated Arapahoe County. Is that right?
Yeah, the latest census has about 100,000 or less, just under 100,000 of residents live. So of the 655 residents countywide, most of the population lives in the city. And there's very few, we've started to look as part of this 123 conversation about infill redevelopment or housing opportunities. And Kathy can speak, there's not as much opportunities in terms of available parcels within neighborhoods like Holly Hills or 4 Square Mile, things like that, that are more kind of those pockets of unadjacency, I guess, for lack of a better word.
Any other questions for members of council? Sure.
So when I was reading through the information that you sent out, Sean, it talked in the very last bullet under affordable housing that the number for Proposition 123, the growth numbers that you would have to attain are basically the same as the number of units pretty much that you build every year overall. And that they're saying that should be an affordability growth of that number. Is that right? Am I reading that right?
Yes, that's correct. And it's one of the challenges of 123 is getting that baseline. The one good piece of information that we got from our DOLA rep when we met with them a couple of weeks ago, community development staff, and Tim and I, was that we could use things that were not completed yet, such as the trails at Lehigh, which is an affordable housing, a LIHTC project on the border with Littleton. So that luckily will count into our numbers. And we can count that towards our units built because it's not completed yet. Our baseline will start before that comes online. But exactly, it's going to be difficult to meet that percent increase because the bar is so high, the threshold is so high.
Any further questions?
I'll add a note to that. So we just came back from CCI last week, and Mo with Dola was there and was talking about this and goes, why hasn't anybody from Arapahoe, any of your jurisdictions, submitted their plan yet or whatever? I did not know you guys were in the process of figuring out the baseline and so I didn't even say anything. I just was like, we're figuring it out, I was like, yeah. I was like, when are you gonna have all your rules done? But anyway, so yeah, that too, right? And so I do think it would be interesting in the way that they were communicating about the baseline and how to set it was much more of, choose your own adventure. We're not really going to do a lot of math checking. And so I wonder if, as they go on, if they see that municipalities and counties are not participating, if they will maybe reapproach some of the results, how they're setting those baselines and the numbers that they're pulling out from what we're sending them and saying, all right, let's look at this again, because especially, and I think this goes to what Commissioner Warren Gully was saying about the result of, we need to know what's even possible for infill, for development, right? And if you all are, as you say, I think I heard Greenwood Village said they were the most dense, so you might want to talk to Mayor Lance about that. But I think looking at all of that and saying, look, we have a coalition of the willing, but it has to be possible. Right? And the goals that you all are setting us based on the math we set for a baseline, it's just not feasible. It's not possible. And so that point, then we can reapproach how we make things possible. And I think that is a conversation DOLA may at some point be willing to have. And I think a reason, again, to underscore the need for collaboration here, because if other cities are coming out with this and getting the same results of, these are unattainable goals. The state wants to help us. I do believe the state wants to help us facilitate meeting these goals. And I think that's another area and I think positive opportunity of our collaboration.
Thank you for that, Commissioner. Anything else? Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Just for the record, the Google says the Greenwood Village population density is 1,842 people per square mile. Inglewood, 5,094. Not even close. If it's the only thing we do better than Greenwood Village, it has to be on the record.
Always fact checking us, Mayor Pro Tem. Anything else from our commissioners, from members of council? Go
Mayor-
ahead. Go ahead, Member Anderson.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had a question about the Arapahoe County Public Health, kind of where that's at in the process of being built out and what services they're offering or they're going to offer in the future and what the timeline is on any of that. I don't know who best to direct that to.
I will go ahead and start with that. We have hired 170 odd some folks then for Tri-County, or for Arapahoe County Health, and that is almost the level of staffing that we felt from our study and our research and our work would be full staffing. They've done a lot of really great work. I noticed that one of the things that you all, well, I guess it was in my notes, that they just received a grant on a mobile harm reduction unit that will be going around in our county with a mobile outreach team award. And it was $345,000 to purchase a vehicle that will be a mobile unit that will go around to do harm reduction work as well as educational work on harm reduction. So we're pretty much built out. We started with the basics to begin with, and most of that was financially driven because a lot of this work is based in grant funding. So the base work was started, and I'm really glad to have read through the review and the work that you all have had partnerships with them, and it's happening in a positive way, which is great, and you're hearing from your restaurants and businesses that way as well. I know that there are areas that they're potentially looking at of branching out more environmental work that would be done. But again, it's very grants-based. So we're going to kind of leave it to them to grow as they feel that they should. But it is one of the things that I would say the silver lining out of the frustration that we had of the Department of Tri-County breaking up was the fact that we can be much more focused on what are the actual specific needs of our communities. So if you all are hearing of a need that we are addressing right now, we would love to hear that so we can take that back to our public health board and see if we can start branching into that type of work.
Yeah, I'll just follow up on that. The one need, since you asked, the one need that I've had to deal with some constituents is a rodent infestation that's going on in one particular neighborhood. Possibly there's other situations like that that they thought rose to the level of being a county health department issue, but they didn't feel like they were getting the services. And I got the impression that it was because the health department wasn't quite ready, to offer those services at that time, perhaps. But that's just the only issue I've heard about.
Okay. Well, I don't know if staff has heard any more on that or Michelle or Kathy.
So I think public health has been working with code enforcement to really, because there's a dual issue. There's this public health issue and then there's a code enforcement issue from what I understand, but we can get additional information to Sean or to you and provide kind of an update of where they're at with that. I would also add that the public health department is going to be doing their public health improvement plan, and that really sets the vision for the future over the next few years. So that'll be another opportunity for council members, residents, and other members of the broader community to provide input on where should public health go to address some of these big community public health issues. So that'll be another opportunity in the next year and a half.
Very good, thank you.
Member Woodward, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. This is something I probably ought to know, but is the health department, what was Tri-County's Health on South Broadway in Inglewood, is that still open as? Okay, thank you. I'm curious about that. I drive by it all the time and haven't noticed.
Yes, it is, and I will say that we have, so I can't remember how many offices that we have across the county, but that is one of their core offices that they have there on South Broadway. They're saying 5. I will say that we are doing a space study right now, as I'm sure you all have maybe potentially been doing with your buildings because of the change in workforce and how we do work in Arapahoe County. So that's something that we're continually monitoring as far as how much space we actually need to do the work that we have. We only lease a few of our buildings. We own most of our buildings. So some of that evaluation is kind of happening as we're going along here. And I think that, if I remember correctly, Commissioner, we're seeing that in a couple weeks, aren't we, from our conversation on the calendar today? So.
Perfect. Member Russell, go ahead.
Thank you. And I have a question. This is not on the agenda, but I think probably you have jurisdiction over this. A citizen brought this up 3 or 4 months ago about the percent of registered voters in the city of Inglewood, and did some calculations here. According to the 2020 census, the population is 33,659. It came down by subtracting non-citizens and taking out people under 18, that Inglewood had eligible people registered to vote is 27,127 people. Of that, 26,091 are registered. There is no way, because the percentage of non-registered voters in Inglewood would be 3.82%. The percentage in Colorado of non-registered is 27.15, but the national average is 30%. So I don't know why I think something needs to be checked on the voter rolls in the county, because I think that is incredibly high.
We're happy to work through the clerk and recorder's office. If I could get some additional information from you, council member, and then we can circle back and provide an answer through city management.
That'd be great. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I guess it would, so did they get that off of the clerk's website then, or?
I'm not sure where the information come. This person might be here tonight, but I'll check to see.
Yeah.
Okay?
That would be great to find out where they got the information, and we can take that and see if there's a discrepancy from what the clerk is actually reporting or not.
Okay.
So,
All right. Thank you.
yeah.
Any further questions? I think Member Anderson, you stopped your light on, but there you go. If not. Oh, that's right. We got the ballot. Am I covering that topic, Sean, or?
Either way.
All right. Well, I guess I'll kick us off, and then you could just add a little bit of clarity. So yeah, there's a couple of ballot initiatives that we're considering. We've been going through some charter amendments. The first phase of that actually started back in 2021, where some of the low-hanging fruits, such as removing the gender specificity within our charter, as well as just Sean, we took away your power to run the airport. Some of those things, yeah, we took some of those things away during that first phase, but yeah, we've been having conversations with outside counsel over the past few months. I think we're having another discussion on that coming up later on this month in terms of just finalizing that. So that's going to be one aspect of our charter amendments that we're looking to get on the ballot this year. Second one is just the GO bond. We had our director of Parks and Rec come in and speak to some of the improvements that we would be making to the rec center, Pirates Cove, Miller Parks, Bellevue Park, just some really cool ideas in terms of how to renovate and kind of just, just update some of the items there. That's going to be a discussion we're going to be having in the coming weeks as well. Sean, is there anything that I may have missed regarding that?
No, just we expect polling results this week. So we worked with Magellan to poll our residents for that. And so we've had, I believe, over 900 people that have responded to that survey. So a tremendous sample size.
So that's the items on our side, Commissioner.
So is that a refinance of the bond that you currently have, or it would be a brand new?
So it's expiring next year, I think. So it's going to be a brand new, a renewal of the GO bond. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Cool.
And it would be all geared towards Parks and Rec.
It remains to be seen. That's what we did the
Okay.
surveying for, but should council, wish to do something else with that, we're ready to go with any direction that council gives us on that. But we just know that our taxpayer bills are going to be lowering this year. They've actually been staggering down the last few years on that original Parks and Rec bond 20 years ago. So it seems like a reasonable time for some purpose that the council should choose to go back to the voters to keep that tax rate the same as it has been, but get another round of improvements that can really lessen some of that burden on our capital improvement fund.
Anything else, Commissioner?
Well, I will share that we are looking at some potential ballot initiatives this year as well. And we have been out in the community doing some polling ourselves. We have found that, really, despite a long record of kind of some of the financial responsibilities that we have and our desire to be constrained and responsible with our budget, we have really done a good job of that. However, we're seeing, as you all know, an incredible amount of growth that's happened in our county, as well as what I'm sure you all have seen in your budget is inflationary pressures that really put a lot of pressure on our budget and our ability to have a sustainable budget in the work that we do. One of the things that we have in Arapahoe County is that we are still under the constraints of Tabor. We are one of 14 counties in the whole state that still have that constraint. And many, as you all know, many cities, school districts, fire districts, counties have come out from underneath that constraint. And because of that, we are just finding it really difficult for us to have to continue to maintain the types of services that we've had. This is an issue that we've been looking at for quite a long time. However, when we started receiving ARPA dollars, some of those issues we've really been able to start addressing. So for example, homelessness, our homelessness coordinating committee and the work that we're doing with our navigation, housing navigators and things like that, those are funded by ARPA dollars, and we have found them to be incredibly successful. But once those ARPA dollar goes away, we are not going to have the sustainable funding to be able to continue that work. So we have been recognizing this pressure, and we're wanting to talk and have a conversation with our voters and have been doing some polling around there's a couple of different things that we've looked at, one of them being that we would come out from under the constraints of Tabor, and we have also looked at sales tax as well. So we want to recognize that we understand these are interesting conversations to be having, particularly this year, but we're getting to the point of where we really need to make sure that we're addressing them, or we're just not going to be able to provide the services that we have had. So we're happy to continue that conversation with you all, and I'll see if Commissioner Campbell Swanson wants to add any to that, or.
Well, I would just say part of why we're looking at both is we did a poll in August and last August, even before I got on, and we found two kind of buckets of needs, right? There were people who, traditional infrastructure is priority and we would pay for that, and that needs to be there. It matches with the need that we're seeing. 40% of our roads are at poor, very poor condition, which as all of us city kind of infrastructure wonks, we know once it gets to a deleterious point, it's 10 times more expensive to fix it than if we had been able to keep it at a certain level, right? So we're facing a real precipice and cliff with that. Alone, we need $15 million more annually to be able to keep up with our infrastructure assets, just current, to maintain. And we need that, I think, projected out for at least 19, 20 years. Yep. The second bucket of what we saw when residents were responding to what are the needs in the county, what's going on, what do you see the problems in the county, was the other bucket, which is all housing, homelessness, substance abuse, mental health, that whole bucket, where we've been able to use ARPA funds to address and stand up programs that are very much deeply needed. So part of why we're looking at, multiple avenues here is because we need multiple streams of funding to solve our issues. We've got the basic kind of infrastructure stuff, but then we've got the problems that we've all been seeing increasing in this county. And we obviously, I think all collectively decided we need to address these issues. These are issues that are coming up that our residents are struggling with. And it is our job as representatives to meet those needs. And so that's why we're chewing on two different possibilities. And we're kind of in the same thing as we shall see of what we decide to do. But the need is absolutely there. And we feel like it is relationships with constituents or relationships with anybody, right? What I can do is tell you what my need is, and you can decide whether you want to meet that need or not. What's interesting about obviously Colorado is we're kind of saying, you have this need, you tell us that and there's this back and forth where then it's like, yeah, I'll pay for that or not. And so I think that's where polling is very helpful in those engagement surveys. But at a certain point, you have to say, we also know where we are as a county, and you got to start communicating that need. So that's similar sort of place, yeah.
Member Nunekamp, do you have something to add, or light still on? No?
I have a question, but I can pause if there was anything else from the county on that. That's super helpful. Thank you for letting us know. As a quick follow-up to that, do you know the last time that the county asked voters for a sales tax increase?
1995. We've renewed it, I think, 2 times. The last time that it was renewed was 2019, and that's when we made it permanent.
That's super helpful.
2021. Fall of 2021 was the open space, is when we made open space sales tax. And it's it's just that. And in doing our research, we learned that we are second to Weld in the lowest, where Weld is the only county that has 0 sales tax. And we are second lowest in the state with 0.25, or at least in the grouping. Yeah, okay.
And has the county ever tried to de-Bruce before? Okay, that's helpful. I know we are coming up on time, so I will just say this has been, I will speak for myself, really helpful. I know our staff do a great job of staying in touch with the county, but to the mayor's point earlier, if there's better ways for us to be sharing information, to be partnering, we're really all ears, especially if there's other examples from other municipalities about how you're doing that partnership, and really look forward to working together.
Sure. So I think we talked about that coordination piece. And I know that we've been talking about kind of that task force and how staff working together. One thing I also wanted to say in the conversations going forward, because I do think that we had excellent collaboration across the conversation around 213, and just to respond to Council Members Russell's comment about being home rule and your own residents having their preferences and all of that, I think we, as much as anybody else, during the conversation around 213, took a lot of umbrage to a larger force telling us what we are supposed to do. And I think you will see us to be helpful partners with you and saying, choose your own adventure, right? However, we do have mixes, and as you push on the bubble over here, it comes up over here. And so there's a lot. What works for you all is what will work for you all. Where you all can get agreement and get your votes is what that will be. Again, in a relationship, the best thing we can say is, here's what we feel like we need. How can we work together, right? And then whether you all meet that need or say this is our need and this is our perception of the thing and what we want to do. One of the things I thought was interesting from the CCI conference is there were also some of those Prop 123 dollars don't necessarily need to go to density. They can go to housing for ownership as long as it's affordable, right? So we can partnership in projects in a variety of ways without you feeling like we're forcing something on you that you all aren't ready for.
Member Russell, last question, and then we'll
Okay, so
wrap up.
This is just kind of a question for you. How much pressure does it put on you and on the open space funds when developers in Inglewood always don't provide the open space that we need when they add more density and we need more parks? So how does that put more stress by us not holding their feet to the fire and getting park and lieu fees instead of actual park space? Does that put a lot of stress on the open space funds?
I will say, I am new. I just got elected in November. So I want to answer that in a way that may not be exactly kind of what you were thinking about, because I don't know. And that's a great question for Director Carter, who kind of is the director of open space and all of that. What I would say is one of the things that we're looking at in the county is how do we get development to pay for itself, right? I also seem to find that density can create open space, right? We preserve open space technically. However, it may not be developed into a park, but that's where that phrase that I said earlier, healthy communities, if you ever Google healthy communities, it talks about walkability, livability, to access to parks, school, work, home, all within a certain jurisdiction. And if you all look at that model and you say, okay, all right, developer, you're offering density, but we want parks, that's a kind of a model or framework to investigate that might be interesting. But I think we've struggled with that same issue, but more as it pertains to roads and how do we get development to pay for itself. So if for you a trade-off is parks versus density, you're willing to sort of negotiate on that as long as there's parks. I think us having a regional approach to making development pay for itself will let developers know that we're all unified in this. So they can't cherry pick around of, well, we'll do this over here because we'll get a better deal in Inglewood or we'll get a better deal over here in Aurora. It's like, no, we're all unified in what we need, and development needs to pay for itself. And we recognize that. And if you do X, Y, Z types of development that we've all set our goals, there's incentives to that, right? So maybe not exactly, but we've faced a similar problem in a different way.
Okay, thank you very much. That's helpful.
I appreciate it. So we have to get to the people's business, but Commissioner Campbell Swanson, Commissioner Wollengooly, Ms. Halstead, Ms. Smith, thank you very much for the continued partnership and the dialogue tonight. So really appreciate you guys making it to our city today.
Thank you for the invitation.
And with that, we will go over to the next room. And do we need a break, or should we just go ahead and just get the meeting started? 5 minutes. We're going to take a 5-minute break, and there we go. Thank you, everyone.
Test, 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 testing, test, test. Oh, test, test.
Test, 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 test.
Test, test, testing, 1, 2. Test, test.
Test.
So once I push it, it's on.
Yeah, it's hot when it's green.
Okay.
City Clerk, are we ready to start? All right, good evening, everyone. I call this meeting to order. If you're able to do so, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. City Clerk, if you could please take a roll call.
Yes, good evening. Member Anderson,
Present.
Member Noonenkamp,
Present.
Member Russell,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward,
Present.
Member Wink,
Present.
Member Woodward,
Present.
Mayor Sierra.
Present.
All 7 present.
Thank you. Going to agenda item 5, considerations of minutes from the previous session. Any changes to the minutes from the May 15 City Council meeting?
Yes, Mayor.
Go ahead, Member Russell.
On page 3 and 4, the vote is not recorded for 9A3. It was pulled out separately.
City Clerk, can you make reference to that?
And I voted no on that, that's why. But
We'll go in and make that correction.
Okay, I appreciate that, thank you.
And that was 9A3?
9A3.
Thank you, Member Russell. Any other changes? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve the minutes as amended by Member Russell?
I'll move to approve.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Noonenkamp. Can we please vote?
Member Anderson,
Aye.
Member Noonenkamp.
Aye.
Member Russell,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward,
Aye.
Member Wink,
Aye.
Member Woodward,
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Moving on to 5B, minutes of the special city council meeting of May 22nd. Any changes or corrections to this one? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve?
I'll move to approve.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Could I get a second?
Second.
I'll second.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Can we please vote?
Member Anderson,
Aye.
Member Noonenkamp.
Aye.
Member Russell,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward,
Aye.
Member Wink,
Aye.
Member Woodward,
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Perfect, thank you. Moving on to 6A, this is recognition of Economic Development Manager Darren Hollingsworth and Community Development Director Brad Power in receiving the Downtown Colorado Inc. Governor's Award for Excellence. Just a few things to mention regarding this award that was recently awarded at an annual meeting. And Inglewood received the Governor's Award for Downtown Excellence for its 2022 Economic Development Strategic Plan. The plan lays out a 10-year roadmap for the city's economic development initiatives, and staff is working every day to implement these new initiatives. The plan was developed with extensive input from our business and guided by our economic partners, the Inglewood Downtown Development Authority, the Greater Inglewood Chamber of Commerce, and Small Business Development Center. And I want to present this award to Brad Power, our Community Development Director, as well as Darren Hollingsworth, Economic Development Manager, in recognition of the city's Economic Development Strategic Plan. There we are. And I know that we have the little plaque here, and I'll go ahead and just take a quick picture. And just a round of applause to the Community Development Department for their work on this. We have a second award to give tonight. And what did I do with my notes here? So this is going to be a recognition of our Deputy City Manager, Tim Dodd, for completion of the International City Management Association Emerging Leaders Development Program. Sean, is there anything that you want to say regarding this program, or our
I
Deputy
put those
Director?
in the notes for you to say, Mayor. Oh, sorry, then yes.
I got the note, sorry. So I'd like to ask Deputy City Manager Tim Dodd here to come forward. I really messed this one up, didn't I? So for many years, the International City Management Association has operated a competitive leadership development program called the Emerging Leaders Development Program. The program focuses on building knowledge, skills, and abilities in management and technical topics that city managers need to know to be successful. The Emerging Leaders Development Program is designed to help mid-career professionals through a unique format that blends monthly seminars with senior managers and public administration professors to develop critical leadership skills. Our own Deputy City Manager Tim Dodd has recently completed this development program, and I invite you all to join me in congratulating Tim on this accomplishment. Congratulations so much, Tim. All right, we got a couple of proclamations here tonight as well. Let me get to that section. So the first one is for Juneteenth Proclamation. Whereas the city of Inglewood recognizes that our nation was founded upon the principles that all people are created equal and that each person has the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Whereas the city of Inglewood is strengthened by and thrives upon the rich diversity of all its residents, all of which contribute to the vibrant character of the community. Whereas President Abraham Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation on January 1st, 1863, declaring the slaves in Confederate territory free, paving the way for the passing of the 13th Amendment, which formally abolished slavery in the United States of America. And whereas word about the signing of the Emancipation Proclamation was delayed some 2.5 years to June 19, 1865, in reaching authorities and African Americans in the South and Southwestern United States. And whereas June 19th has special meaning to African Americans and is called Juneteenth, combining the words June and 19th, and have been celebrated by the African American community for over 150 years. And whereas the city established the staff-based Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee made up of 19 staff members from all departments that unanimously approved a recommendation of a Juneteenth Proclamation and associated day of service. Whereas the city of Inglewood has a planned day of service on June 18, 2022, to celebrate the federal holiday of June 19th. And I now therefore be it proclaimed that I, Othaniel Sierra, Mayor for the City of Inglewood, and the City Council hereby proclaim Juneteenth in the City of Inglewood and urge all citizens to become more aware of the significance of this celebration in African American history and participate in a day of service within Inglewood on June 18th. So thank you very much to the DEI Commission as well as other staff members that were involved in this. Moving on to Pride Month. And I'll read from the proclamation. Whereas the city of Inglewood recognizes that our nation was founded upon the principles that all people are created equal and that each person has the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And whereas all members of the Inglewood community, including those who are LGBT+, have the right to feel safe, not to be discriminated against, and to live without the threat of harassment. And whereas the city of Inglewood is strengthened by and thrives upon the rich diversity of all its residents, all of which contribute to the vibrant character of the community. And whereas the city employs and serves many residents who are LGBTQ+, and who may lack the visibility and acceptance based on past and present discrimination. And where the LGBTQ+ community have made strides in legal equality, but much work remains in order to achieve inclusion, acceptance, and full equality. And whereas for more than 3 decades, Pride Month has been recognized in Colorado and the United States to commemorate the Stonewall riots in 1969 and to affirm the dignity, equality, and contributions of LGBTQ+ individuals. And whereas the city established the staff-based Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee made up of 19 staff members from all departments and unanimously approved a recommendation to establish June as Pride Month here in the city of Inglewood. Now, therefore, it be proclaimed that I, Othaniel Sierra, Mayor for the City of Inglewood, and the City Council hereby proclaim June as Pride Month in the City of Inglewood and encourage all residents to consider the contributions of the LGBTQ+ individuals and affirm the dignity and the worth of LGBTQ plus individuals. So thank you again for the DEI Commission for that as well. And I'll read the Pollinator Month Proclamation. Whereas the City of Inglewood values its parks and open spaces, which contribute to the city's quality of life. Many of the trees and plants that beautify our landscapes and form key elements of our ecosystems rely on pollinators to propagate and to contribute to ecological services. Whereas pollinators of all kinds, including native bees, wasps, butterflies, and European honeybees, are a critically important part of our agriculture and food systems, and the pollination of a significant amount of our food supply is extremely important to food production. Whereas the loss of habitat and food supply for pollinators through the use of pesticides, development resulting in habitat loss and other negative environmental impacts are contributing to this decline. Whereas pollinators are in decline in Colorado and across the United States due to a variety of pressures, including climate change, pesticides, diseases, and parasites. Whereas based on university scientific studies and findings that indicate the inappropriate use of pesticides pose unacceptable hazards to pollinators, several cities and counties in the United States took steps to raise awareness of this issue. Whereas the City of Inglewood wishes to acknowledge and strengthen its current policies and practices as they relate to the health of pollinators, which in turn relate to the health of our environment and the people. And whereas the City of Inglewood City Council in April of 2021 adopted the city's first sustainability plan with a goal focused on protecting the natural environment, including projects to increase pollinators in parks and open spaces. Now therefore be it proclaimed that I, Othaniel Sierra, Mayor for the City of Inglewood, and the City Council hereby proclaim the month of June as Pollinator Appreciation Month in the City of Inglewood for the purpose of encouraging all residents to recognize and celebrate the important role pollinators play in our environment and to actively support and protect pollinators of all kinds in the City of Inglewood. So thank you very much for the 3 proclamations here tonight, and thank you for everyone for bringing these forward. So we're now moving on to agenda item 7. This is recognition of scheduled public comment. The deadline to sign up to speak for scheduled public comment is Wednesday by 5 p.m. prior to the meeting through the city clerk's office. This is an opportunity for the public to address city council. There is an expectation that the presentation will be conducted in a respectful manner. Council may ask questions for clarification, but there will not be any dialogue, and please limit your presentation to 5 minutes. Up first, we have Mr. Doug Cohn, an Inglewood resident, here to address council regarding history. And Mr. Cohen, I will be giving a response to public comment tonight, so go easy on me, Mr. Cohen.
Okay, I got that turned on, right?
You do.
See. And how do I need just a little bit of an assistance to
Sure.
get my slideshow to work?
We'll give you 1 minute here.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
And then just use the back and forth arrows.
Okay. Oh.
All right, Mr. Cohen, if you could just state your name and your address or
Sure.
cross streets.
My name is Doug Cohn. I live at 3051 South Marion Street in Inglewood. And I wanted to say thank you to the City of Inglewood and Arapahoe County Cares and Historic Inglewood for putting these history tour brochures together. Yet we have an amazing history in our town, and these help to tell the stories. Yeah, the next steps with the brochure, with the information in the brochures, is to place historic markers at each one of the locations. This one's going to be put up within the next couple days at McCready's store on the corner of Grant and Girard. And this is the one historic building I know the most about. The year was 1910. Inglewood was 7 years old and was just beginning to grow from a scattered farm environment into a town. Herman and Sedalia McCready came to town. They had immigrated from Canada. They had first gone to Delta, Colorado and farmed, and then he tried his hand at gold mining up on Berthoud Pass. The venture was too expensive, having to pay to have the ore shipped to Pueblo, Then they moved to downtown Denver and purchased a grocery store there. His grocery store on Larimer Street was very successful, and some of his best customers were the ladies of the night, the prostitutes. They did not want to embarrass him, and so he left the back door open so that they could get in without causing a difficulty. He saw an opportunity in the brand new town of Inglewood. He found a piece of vacant land on the corner of Girard and Grant near the Swedish Sanatorium, which at that point was 4 years old, and had a building constructed. The store was opened in 1910 and served the citizens until 1930 when he died. It was one of many of the little corner stores that existed before supermarkets came along. Herman and Sedalia lived in the apartment on the first floor and rented out 8 sleeping rooms upstairs. The people upstairs shared one bathroom. One rumor at the time suggested that some of the prostitutes from downtown Denver moved to Inglewood and lived upstairs and worked in town. Another version, which, as I have learned more about the family, I believe is true, he wanted to offer the women a chance to leave prostitution and find a better life. The McCready children, let's see. Those are the McCready children in a close-up of the grocery store. The McCready children continued to stay in Inglewood for many years. Ginger Shirey, the little girl in the picture there, her daughter, graduated from Inglewood High School in 1952, the first year that the new high school was opened. In 1948, the building was converted to apartments, and it's still used as an apartment house now. Each apartment has a bedroom and a living room. My wife and I bought the building in 1982 and are offering affordable rents. The rents range from $380 to $600 a month. What if the Inglewood Housing Authority would buy some of these kind of buildings, and perhaps there could be something with some low-income housing there. Just at the study session, if Arapahoe County Health, whatever it's called these days, decides that they don't want the Inglewood office down here, that might be a spot as well. Anyway, that's all I've got tonight. Thank you.
Mr. Cohn, thank you very much for your presentation. Any questions any questions from council? Seeing none, Mr. Cohn, thank you very much for your time.
You. I just pulled a little thing out. Okay.
And City Clerk, are we having an issue with the timer as well, or?
Yes, sorry, it was unplugged, so
Okay.
it's ready to go for the next speaker.
All right. Up next is Jessica Knapp, here to address council regarding the consideration of a pet store ordinance to prevent the retail sale of dogs and cats in brick and mortar stores. And did I pronounce the last name correctly? Is it Knapp or?
Nab, yeah.
Nab? Good evening, Ms. Knapp. If you could just state your name and your address or cross streets.
Jessica Nab, 26th Avenue.
I don't think it's you, Ms. Knapp. I think it's just a microphone. Actually, do you want to kind of point it a little bit closer towards your, and
Is that better?
yeah, I don't think you need to duck down, but
Oh, okay. Good evening, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I came here to ask you to please consider a preventative pet store ordinance. Over 450 municipalities in the U.S., including 12 in Colorado, have already done so, and the majority of these ordinances are preventative so that they don't affect any local businesses. The reasons for enacting an ordinance to prohibit the retail sale of dogs and cats include stores prey on customers' emotions to get the highest sales price possible and then push in-store financing with extraordinarily high interest rates. Stores also sell sick animals, burdening the customer with vet bills on top of their purchase price. Stores have also been known to sell mixed breeds at a purebred price, and the most pressing issue is that stores source their puppies from puppy mills. This statement is heavily documented by Bailing Out Benji, a nonprofit with the largest puppy mill database in the U.S. A pet store ordinance would only prohibit the retail sale of dogs and cats. It would not encroach on pet supply stores, nor would it prevent collaboration with local shelters for adoption events. This would also not affect responsible breeders, as they do not sell to pet stores. They sell to the public, and they care about their animals and passing on accurate information. Animals that are not sold in pet stores often end up in shelters. Further, pet stores do not ensure the animals are going to prepared owners, which increases the likelihood that the animal will be surrendered at a later date. Shelters require an immense amount of tax dollars, time, and resources. They're overflowing with dogs of all ages and all breeds, and despite that, they still take their time to do their part to ensure the animals go to prepared owners, so there's just no need for shelters to compete. Our concern is that a pet store selling dogs and cats would open here and create a problem for the city and surrounding cities. The sale of puppies and kittens, it brings controversial attention at best, resulting in cities preemptively passing pet store bans to keep this problem from starting in the first place, and it's much easier to pass a preventative ban than it is to address an already existing business. Pet supply stores do not sell to dogs and cats, and they remain lucrative businesses that do not draw negative attention and controversy. Please ensure Inglewood does not become involved in supporting the puppy mill industry by allowing a pet store to open here that sells dogs and cats. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your discussion time, Ms. Knapp. Any questions from members of council? I guess I just have one question. I know that you've emailed us a few times and you stated that there's other cities around the Denver metro area that have put in these type of bans. Do you have any off the top of your head that currently have this? Or at least discussing it? Go ahead.
Superior, Berthoud, Fountain, Minturn, Frisco, Eagle, Lakewood or Littleton is considering one, Firestone is considering one, Lafayette is considering one, so various cities.
Thank you for that. And I know that we have a Petco. It's a Petco here in the city. I'm not sure if they sell pets, but okay.
I mean, like small pets.
Right, but not dogs and cats.
The issues is dogs because they come from puppy mills, and that's documented. So.
Okay. I appreciate that, Ms. Knapp. Go ahead, Member Woodward.
Petco does, I think, work with the Humane Society of South Platte with strays and stuff in placing them.
Right, so these ordinances, they don't prohibit any collaboration with any type of adoption events or any shelters like that. It's just the retail sale of dogs and cats that it prohibits.
All right. Any further questions? Seeing none, Ms. Knapp, thank you very much for your time tonight. Up next is Eric Bertoluzzi, here to discuss with council an update regarding Inglewood Arts.
Okay.
Good evening.
Thank you and good evening.
Could you state your name and your address or your cross streets? Excuse me.
Okay, my name is Eric Bertoluzzi. My address is 4860 South Galapagos Street, Englewood, Colorado 80110. I am the executive director of Englewood Arts, a nonprofit organization having an office in the former MOA space since the year 2000. We at Englewood Arts are faithful to our mission, which is to enrich the life of the community through arts education and performance in dance, music, theater, and the visual arts. During the 23-year history of Englewood Arts, we created and implemented many programs in support of our mission. Our current programs include Symphony Spotlight, which is an ensemble of 13 Colorado symphony musicians that gives educational performances primarily in Denver area elementary schools. We implemented violin programs in 2 elementary schools where more than 150 students in grades 3, 4, and 5 take group lessons 3 mornings each week during regular school hours. Our Kinder Dance program at Maddox Early Childhood Education Center had 225 students participating during the fall semester. The Strings Attached program has more than 60 Englewood students enrolled in 30-minute weekly lessons, most taking place in the former MOA space. Englewood Arts presents monthly chamber music of the Masters concerts in Hampton Hall, which feature top local, national, and international artists. As you know, we became the managing entity of Hampton Hall on January 4, 2016. If I were to describe the full variety of community activities presented in Hampton Hall, it would consume more than my allotted time for these comments. Englewood Arts is financially stable, has a robust schedule of activities, and happily contributes to the artistic enrichment of the community. From time to time, we wonder if our efforts are making a difference. However, along came Mary Rose Drummond, one of our strings-attached students, who is a perfect example of why Englewood Arts exists. It is such an honor to have Mary Rose here tonight. She's to share her delightful talent with you, and I'd like to recognize her extraordinary teacher, Miguel Espinosa, who is an international acclaimed artist on the guitar. So I'm so looking forward to hearing Mary Rose again.
Have you seen my basket? My mother sent me to the market. On the way I lost it. I lost it, my basket. Have you seen my basket? For it will surely break my heart if I don't find my basket. Yeah. Yeah. I can't really do it higher. Yankee Doodle went to town, riding on a pony. Stuck a feather in his hat and called it macaroni. Yankee Doodle, keep it up. Yankee Doodle dandy. Mind the music and the step, and with the girls be handy.
Mr. Bertoluzzi, thank you very much for that. I'm sorry that Member Wink did not get to see that in person, but any questions for Mr. Bertoluzzi or Mr. Espinoza or Ms. Rose for the beautiful rendition today? Seeing none, Mr. Bertoluzzi, thank you very much. And yeah, we'll be discussing your item here later on tonight. Thank you. Up next is Ms. Kathleen Bailey here in Inglewood, resident to address council. Hit the wrong one. Ms. Cian Dickerson, an Inglewood resident here to address council. Mary, you did a fantastic job. Thank you so much for that.
So Kathleen couldn't make it, huh?
Go ahead,
Surprise.
Ms. Cian Dickerson, if you could just state your name and your address or your cross streets.
Oh, wait a minute. I got to get organized here. I can't read it if it's laying flat. Okay. Cian Dickerson, Bates Logan. The fundamental issue here is what your job is. Government is instituted by the people to protect our rights. That is your only job. As evidenced by things you have each said publicly and as a body, and your behaviors, you are failing to protect our rights. For one example, your focus on homelessness as though it were the major problem we have. Somehow you've managed to avoid any discussion or get our consent to spend our taxpayer dollars on homeless programs through Tri-Cities, which does not appear to be a legal entity or legally allowed to receive money or donations. Yet you seem to accept money and spend it. But nobody knows what this organization is, who to contact about your meetings, your bylaws, your legal status, your bank accounts. And yet you brag about Tri-Cities getting a homeless coordinator, Mike Sangren. But how is he getting paid? And why? And for what? Where is the accountability? And why has changed the trend, which is incorporated by Mike Sangren and using Wellspring Church's address and email and website, seem to be tied into or responsible for or responsible to Tri-Cities? You seem to be avoiding public scrutiny and open meeting laws and taking our tax dollars to fund various, sometimes faith-based, homeless advocacy programs, even though the most the advocates claim to be able to help is 50 homeless people per year at a current cost of $60,000 per homeless person. And you're not done yet with funding this because it's not even operational yet. We citizens are being forced to pay for this when we are struggling because of your policies of helping only a few homeless people and incentivizing developer profits instead of the taxpayers who elected you. The taxpayers who have the right to unelect you. It's even written into our charter and is implicit in the Constitution. You have said that you believe property rights, so you want to give us permission to build ADUs on every single property, and that the ADU can be used as an STR for income, even if it violates the rights of adjacent property owners. In reality, you want increased density, and you have incentivized developers to overpay for and scrape off affordable housing and build mini mansions or duplexes costing over $1 million per unit. You have restricted our rights to use our property as we wish by criminalizing codes, which further restricts our property rights. You've also said you want only constructive comments from us. Here's one. How about instead of spending $200 million to improve the taste and smell of our water, for which we have been clamoring for the last 25 years, you take less than 10% of that and help every household get reverse osmosis installed or Berkey water filters. Given recent behavior of council in interrupting public forum speeches and disrespecting citizens with questions and responses to the public forum, and in the newspaper and in premature campaigning, you should not be surprised or angry that we continue to exercise our rights to criticize you and want to refuse to be governed by you. And I just got in the mail this thing, and it is full of, it's not something that is, I'm angry. I haven't been angry before, but this makes me angry because you spoke, we listened. We didn't speak on these items. You listened to something, but you didn't listen to the people that were speaking. None of these things make any sense. And they're exactly opposite of what we said. You're increasing density, you're expanding ADUs, you're reducing parking, and you're not paying any attention to lot coverage. It is wrong.
Thank you, Ms. Dickerson, for your time tonight. Any questions from members of council? Members of the public, if you go hold your applause to yourself. Seeing none, Ms. Dickerson, thank you for your time tonight. Up next is Mr. Gary Kozak, an Inglewood citizen, here to address council regarding the referendum. Good evening, Mr. Kozak. If you could just state your name and your address.
Gary Kozak, 1260 West Oxford Avenue. I'll start off by thanking all the people that helped support the referendum. It has been successful, so the city council will understand we hit every neighborhood, not just down by the development, the entire city of Inglewood has been represented. I only had 3 weeks in which to get it by the time I had finished coming out of the hospital and getting the referendum set in place. And we got more than enough signatures. Ms. Russell, you wondered about our population and the voting population. It's because as I went around, 90% of the people wanted a sign that answered the doors. There was very few that just said, no, I don't want to mess with anything. But 90% wanted to sign it, and come to find out, a lot of these homes are now rentals. That brings up a question. You've changed the boundaries, the voting boundaries, but the last election is what you're going off of as far as how many votes you have to recall. But what about, it's not in my situation, but I understand there's people that was over in this boundary here when they voted you in, and now you've changed boundaries, and now that person can't sign a petition. Well, I had some petitions withdrawn too because of people that had moved in Englewood. To reach your question, they're not counted, okay, in our count, but they move in Englewood or move from one house to another house in Englewood to rent a house, and wait a minute, if they haven't run up and registered, they're not counted as an Englewood resident, and yet they're paying taxes in Englewood. They live in Englewood, okay? And so here's where you're getting a skew in all your numbers, okay, is because several residents that I went and talked to, well, but I just moved here. Well, I can't get your signature then because you haven't changed your address to be registered. And what did they go off of? They went off the voting tab of everybody that voted back then. But there's a lot of people that moved into town since then. Real question. Now, I also went to the recreation center, and lo and behold, I was shocked, and I live across from there. Easily 75% of the people that go to that Englewood Recreation Center are not Englewood residents. And every one of them, or the mass majority of them, would have loved to sign the petition because of what's pre-existing in a traffic problem there. Because see, I took the time sitting there and talking to them that there was right now, pre-existing problems, let alone when you add more problems. All right? And I understand also from some people that were on the P&Z that that wasn't a unanimous vote for this project. There were several of them that opposed it for several different reasons, but a lot of the reasons was because of our infrastructure could not handle more traffic. Oh, well, wait a minute. We don't need you. We're going to go ahead and, because if you have won by a vote, we're going to go ahead and pass it on to city council. You as city council members were voted in to represent the people of Englewood. I'm a person of Englewood. I've been a long-time resident. In fact, my family was here before it was Englewood. And when I approached the city council and I showed pictures of the traffic problems and stuff, and then when I walked out in the lobby, I had a few council members make some rather obnoxious comments, all right? Because I had the people come back out and inform me of that. Are you representing me? Are you representing the citizens of Englewood, or are you representing your personal vindictions, what you want to do yourself, what you want to accomplish in this city of Englewood, and not what is good for Englewood? Every person that signed that petition said that our city council doesn't listen anymore. They want to do their own thing and they don't even question it. Real question. Why is it only 1,000 feet from a project when this project here would affect people clear up to a mile? Because that's a major collector. And we didn't have to be notified. The other apartments built down there, that was very the case. I was just out of their range, so I was never notified. And I've lived there forever. Now, you wonder why there's a recall. These people are upset out here because they came to you with honest opinion and wanted to try to address to you, and basically, you spit us in the face. I asked for traffic study. Hey, I was finally offered a traffic study the night that you guys were going to go ahead and close.
Mr. Kozak, your 5 minutes are up. Thank you very much for your time tonight. Any questions for Mr. Kozak? Seeing none, Mr. Kozak, thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. by the way, that's constitutional rights for them to applaud.
Thank you, Mr. Kozak. We are now moving on to unscheduled public comment. It looks like we do have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 on the docket for tonight. And one online. Okay, so we'll start with the people in here in person. We have Lauren Rombach here to discuss the pet store ordinance.
Hi,
Go ahead.
I'm Lauren Rombach, West Coal Mine Drive, and I'm here asking for an ordinance to ban the sale of puppies and kittens in pet stores. And Thomas has pictures of puppy mills that came from drones in Iowa, because most people have not seen what they actually look like. We're killing an estimated 1 million dogs a year in shelters in the country, dogs that in the vast majority of cases would make wonderful companions, even as puppy mills turn out hundreds of thousands more, often in horrendous conditions, for profit. If ever there was a time for why people should adopt and not shop for a dog, this is it. However, as long as pet stores are allowed to sell puppies and kittens, the public will unknowingly support puppy mills. Every one of the 13 stores along the Front Range sources from puppy mills, and I volunteer for bailing out Benji, and they have the largest database in the country on sourcing from for pet stores from puppy mills, so that's where we get our information. By supporting stores that sell these dogs, the public is unknowingly propping up an industry that's fundamentally unethical. Breeding dogs are kept in wire cages that are only 6 inches longer than their nose their entire lives. Often the cages are stacked so that the dogs above relieve themselves on the dogs below. They only have to be fed once per day. At around age 5, the dogs are killed in whatever way the owner wants. Typically, a gunshot to the head is the cheapest because they can no longer breed. And most people don't know that this kind of thing goes on. They just see the cute puppies in the stores. Stores that do not sell live animals are profitable. According to Bailing Out Benji, in the year 2020, Americans spent $99 billion on their pets, an increase from 2019 when they spent $95.7 billion. PetSmart and Petco are profitable businesses, and their main focus is selling animal products, not animals. And they are also stores that will have adoption events come into their stores, and so they help rescue animals and things like that. So they're a humane business model, which is what I encourage. It's much easier to put an ordinance in place instead of allowing a pet store to open that sells live animals. Once the store is in business, it's virtually impossible to shut it down. And you're hurting no one by passing the ordinance. Consumers can still get any type of dog they choose by going to a shelter or reputable breeder, and no reputable breeder would ever sell to a pet store. Please help us eradicate puppy and kitten mills. They serve no purpose except to contribute to the already overpopulated shelters and number of unwanted animals. Let our state legislators know that Inglewood will not be open to business that supports the inhumane treatment of animals. The 12 towns in Colorado that have passed an ordinance to ban the sale of puppies and kittens in pet store understood the importance of taking a stand against the cruelty that the parents suffer in the mills. They understood the importance of sending a message to state legislators that their town is in support of this legislation. If we get enough towns to pass this ordinance, especially towns like Inglewood, maybe the state will finally pass this on a statewide ban.
Ms. Rombach, your time is up. You're limited to 3 minutes, but thank you very much for your talk tonight. Any questions, Member Woodward?
Yeah, I have a question regarding, is this ordinance regarding dogs and cats only, or does this include?
Yes, one that we're asking for would be dogs and cats only in pet stores. And because the dogs and cats are sourced from puppy mills. In Colorado alone, we have at least 45 puppy mills, and 6 of those are catteries.
Okay.
So that's what we're asking for.
Yeah, what I was just trying to get clear on was that it doesn't include things like reptiles or birds.
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah.
Okay.
That would be something to consider too.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Member Wink has a question for you as well, Ms. Rombach. Go ahead, Member Wink.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Rombach, thank you for being here. I just want for an educational piece for our citizens and constituents. Are there any locations, and maybe you don't have to name them, I don't want to make it uncomfortable, but are there already locations in Englewood that are that are selling puppy mill sourced animals that we know of?
No, not currently in Inglewood, but they're
Very good.
in Littleton. There is a store that
Okay.
is proposed being open. So
That's
we
good
just
to know.
want to do it preemptively before the stores can open, because once they do, it's virtually impossible to stop
Right.
the stores.
I think that's a critical detail. Thank you. Thank you so much for being here tonight and sharing this with us. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
No further questions from
Okay.
council. Thank you so much for your time. Up next is Thomas McBride here, also discuss the pet store ordinance. And actually, one thing I forgot to ask Ms. Rombach, could you also state your cross street as well?
Pardon?
Your cross street, so your address or your cross streets?
Um,
Well, your name and then your address or your cross streets. Go ahead, Mr. McBride.
Okay. Well, I'm actually a resident of Denver.
Okay, that's
I'm
fine.
here as a volunteer for Bailing Out Benji.
Okay,
And
perfect. But could you state your name and your address or your cross streets? Yeah.
Thomas McBride, South Balsam Way, Denver.
Okay. What's the number on there, or what's the cross street?
4875 South Balsam Way.
Thank you so much.
Okay. I have left a packet of information for all the council members, explaining a little bit about Bailing Out Benji and some of the issues that we have. The one I really would like you to look at is the one on top, which talks about a puppy sold in a pet store and what happens. You pay an exorbitant price for these puppies, thousands of dollars, and they can charge up to 188% interest for purchasing these puppies through them. It can cause tremendous financial burdens. Even if the puppy dies, you don't get your money back and you still owe the loan. The puppies are raised in horrible conditions in the puppy mills, poor sanitation, poor nutrition, little or no veterinarian care, exposed to a number of diseases. In Des Moines, Iowa, we had a case, 150 people were contaminated with canine brucellosis from a puppy purchased in a pet store in Des Moines. So there's 1 million dogs euthanized in the United States every year, yet we are flooding them with puppies coming out of these puppy mills. And we have dozens and dozens of shelters, rescues, humane societies that have wonderful animals that are looking for homes. And that's what we encourage people to do, is adopt and not go out and purchase this puppy or dog. These puppies in the shelter need homes too. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. McBride. Any questions? See none. Thank you for your time tonight. Up next is Jan Weipert, here to discuss ADUs. Good evening, Ms. Weipert. If you could state your name and your address or cross streets.
Thank you. Jan Weipert, Federal in Bellevue. So I've been in front of you quite a few times over the last few months. And the one thing that I know is consistently on these city council meetings is that 80 to 90% of the people that speak are saying stop the density. And Gary's petition is indicative of that. Stop the density. You are putting out information that's incorrect when you say that people are behind the density changes. That's not right. You aren't listening to people. You aren't counting people. You aren't paying attention to us. Again, I've said this before, I believe that you as our employees should be looking at resident owners, resident renters, and resident businesses when you're looking at who you're listening to. Then go to non-resident owners and developers. But please look at those of us that live here first. it was interesting to me because I have my great niece here with me tonight. And she said, "Why are you getting people to sign those papers?" And I said, "Well, because we aren't happy about some things." And she said, "You want to fire some people?" And I said, "Yeah, we want to fire some people because they won't listen to us." She said, "Why?" And I said, "Well, they're wanting to put a house next to me, a little house, a tiny house next to me on one side, and maybe a tiny house next to me on the other side." And I said, "We keep telling them no, and they keep saying yes." And that's exactly what the committee was talking about 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. And it's going forward. It's not okay. And the information you're putting out saying that we want this, you're wrong. We don't want this. I also want to talk about speaking in a respectful manner, that this also is applicable to City Council. I'm not a little person. It's not a little group of us. We are real people. We are your bosses. And yes, if we don't get this straightened out, we want you fired, and we're working on it. Thank you.
Thank you for your time, Ms. Weipert. Any questions from council? Members of the public, if you could hold your applause to yourself. See no further. Oh, Member Wink, is your hand still up or?
It is.
Ms. Weipert, Member Wink
Ms. Weipert.
has a question for you. Go ahead, Member Wink.
Yeah. I'll wait till she gets back there. Ms. Weipert, thank you so much. I had a question. So you referenced some of us making that decision to put that little house next to yours. What decision has been made to do that? And who's made that decision to put this to increase this density? What decision are you referencing, please?
You keep voting the information to go forward. You keep telling the UCD committee what they should be looking at. They're still confused on whether they're looking at 2 ADUs or 1, according to the last meeting I listened to. They're still saying you want parking where it's not required to be off street. I mean, these are decisions. You guys are voting to go forward. You have committees that you're listening to, lock, stock, and barrel. Yes, you're voting to go forward with this. If you weren't, you would say, stop it. You're paying hundreds of thousands of dollars to these people. You are going forward with it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Weipert, for your time tonight. Thank you, Member Wink. Up next is Chris Dewis here to talk about Little Dry Creek. Hello, Mr. Dewis. If you could state your name and your address or cross streets.
Okay. Can I make that bigger? Can I make this bigger? Let's see. Oh. What's going on, man? Hi, my name is Chris Dewis.
And can you state your address or your cross streets?
Bellevue and Broadway, right on the edge of the ghetto. Councilmember Wink refers to me as one of the little ones in her last article. I have watched our neighborhoods continue to decline. I hate having to be here and state my concerns, especially to the people that took an oath to protect and serve. Last time I stated my concerns and showed a short video of Little Dry Creek Pond filling with debris on May 15th. It's worse tonight. I've watched this project get renovated time and time again over the last 20 years, spending millions in taxpayers' money with poor results. Councilmember Wink said there was critical flaws in my argument. I wasn't arguing with anyone. I was just playing a video of what I experienced and stated a few facts knowing that taxpayers' money were spent on this project and not being maintained properly. People continue to camp out and destroy this area. 60 billion of taxpayers' money have been spent through mill levy taxes and through the Mile High Flood District, the company that designed Little Dry Creek project. I never said it was designed and built by the city of Inglewood, as Miss Wink stated. I said I was disgusted with the way the pond was being neglected and maintained. I gave credit for the grates keeping the debris out of the tunnels. That's a good design. Miss Wink, before you start quoting me, get your facts straight. Don't lie. Liars and thieves hang out together. Did I strike a nerve with you? The design was ultimately approved by council. The fact remains millions of our taxpayers' money have been wasted on the Little Dry Creek. It's been redesigned twice in the past 20 years. Around $6 million have been spent on this area, and it's still a mess. Now you're working with the Inglewood Downtown Development Authorities to redevelop the entire space again. What experience in engineering does the Inglewood Downtown Authorities have to redesign this area? Using millions in taxpayers' dollars as an experiment to flood control is a waste of our taxpayers' money. The plaza is fine the way it is. It just needs maintained. Management is key. Government wastes more money than they have since. That's why this nation's in debt. That's why the city's in shambles, because of poor financial spending on projects we don't need. You should spend money on basic infrastructures. We didn't need a new logo on this building or street signs. That was another waste of money. As I drive here today, Broadway is filled with potholes. There's a lot of us citizens out there watching and taking notes. You were elected to represent everyone, including us little people.
Thank you. Anything else, Mr. Dewis?
And since I have another minute, that's a car in my neighborhood that got front-ended by a hit-and-run driver, and there's been several cars stolen in my neighborhood in the last year. I just want to let you know that.
Thank you. Thank you for your time tonight, Mr. Dewis. Any questions from council? Go ahead, Member Russell.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Dewis, for your presentation. So you are saying the grate is not the problem?
No, the grate keeps the debris from going in the tunnel. That's a good design. It's just that the grate it's not being cleaned out. It's filling up with debris. You just have to have a design to clean. You got to have a grate over the tunnel. That's not a problem.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So your complaint is we need to keep the debris cleaned up.
Yeah, keep the debris and maybe patrol it, because the people that are hanging out there are destroying that area.
Okay.
I don't know.
All right. Thank you.
Member Woodward.
Thank you. Mr. Dewis, when was this particular video, not the one on the
Sunday.
one on Little Dry
Sunday.
Creek? Sunday?
Sunday morning.
Okay.
Yeah, I went down there Sunday morning. It was raining real hard to see if anybody was actually paying attention.
Well, can I make a comment?
I didn't see any city people hanging out.
We'll wait till the end for a comment.
Okay.
Anything else, Member Woodward?
No other questions.
I patrol that area quite a bit. I'd watch what's going on.
Mr. Dewis, thank you for your time tonight. Thank you for your time tonight, Mr. Dewis. Up next is Ellie Burpee with no subject given. Good evening, Ms. Burpee. If you could just state your name and your address for Cross Street.
Sure. I'm Ellie Burby. My my address is 2961 South Lincoln Street.
Go ahead.
Okay. Hello, and thank you for listening. I am Ellie. I live here in Inglewood for over 10 years as a citizen. I live here with my family. My husband is a PT over at Craig Hospital. My son, Remy, is 2, 1 little guy on the way, and 2 rescue dogs. Really appreciated the comments from these gals earlier, though that's not what I'm here to talk about. And I'm a proud homeowner in District 1. Although I can say with certainty, if we hadn't been able to buy in the year that we did, my husband and I, working 2 full-time jobs, could not be homeowners in Inglewood today. My day job is I am the executive director of a children's nonprofit that provides health care to kids. Over 10,000 kids a year in the metro area is how many we serve. Many of those are Inglewood families. And I'm telling you that because of those 10,000 kids we serve, Their families report the two biggest barriers to access to care. One of those two being housing stability, homelessness, transiency, and related housing issues. So I think on that note, I'm bringing that up because I want to thank council for exploring the issue of housing. And I want to recognize that it's a really difficult topic with no clear answer. It's important work though. It's a critical topic, and if it weren't important, no one would care. And all the feedback that you might be getting would not be here. So it's clearly important, and conflict, just want to present a reminder that conflict is healthy in growth. You're growing city, you're growing the success, the future of Englewood, and conflict is healthy. So stay the course. That's what I want to say to council, and know that no one has a perfect solution here. I think we can all agree, no matter what side of the petition you're on, to recall that we want our children to be healthy. We want them to thrive. Healthy kids are better learners, and they are the future of our city. They're better contributors to community. And so I just want to offer to my fellow citizens pushing a petition to just really try to focus as well on what we have in common, that really those end-all desires of city council and the members of our community are probably much more similar than what you may think in a moment of anger or disagreement, that we don't all have. I don't think anyone here has motives that are for anyone's worst interest. If you think that, I encourage you to get to know some of your city council members, because you'll find that they have big hearts, though we may just disagree on how.
Ms. Burby, your 3 minutes are up. Thank you very much for your time tonight. Any questions for members of council? Seeing none, Ms. Burby, thank you very much for your time tonight.
Thank you.
Up next is Madison Andrews, here to discuss affordable housing. Good evening, Ms. Andrews. If you could just state your name and your address or cross streets.
Yeah, good evening. My name is Madison Andrews, and I'm at Union and Lincoln. First and foremost, I want to say thank you guys for the discussions, ideas that you guys have brought forward on affordable housing. I want to bring a different perspective than I think you've heard a lot, which is I'm a recent first-time home buyer. I bought in the beginning of, or at the end of 2021, and I told my realtor I wanted to be in Englewood. We didn't look at houses outside of Englewood. My mom is from Englewood. My grandparents live in Englewood. I love the thriving small business community. I love the diversity. I wanted to be in Englewood. Part of why I chose the house I chose was the diversity in zoning on the street I'm in. I'm an R1 property personally. However, most of the houses on my street are not R1. Most of them are some kind of mixed density, whether that's the condos everyone loves to hate, but also several units from the 70s that are multi-housing units, and a lot of ADUs or split units in houses. Because it's such a diverse street, there are so many families in different stages of life. There are people like me who are single or newly married or newly living together. There are young families, there are families with high school students, and there are people who've been on my street for 40 or 50 years. And I love it. I love my neighbors, and I love how diverse it is. But the reality is, when people talk about scraping affordable houses to put condos, they're talking about my house, right? They're talking about my 2-bed, 1-bath, 900 square foot house that might be scraped someday by a developer that went for just under $500,000 and has only appreciated since then. And I want to specifically call out the Denver Real Estate Agency Commission is no longer tracking houses under $500,000 as affordable because there's not enough data in Denver metro area for those houses. They can't track it with valuable data anymore. It's not affordable. And so this idea that if we do not put any more development in, if we keep zoning the exact same way, is gonna somehow create affordable housing just doesn't make sense, because $500,000 isn't affordable for our teachers and our nurses and our firefighters and our police officers in the community. I wanna challenge and put in a different voice than what you're gonna hear tonight of just this idea that we're gonna do nothing and affordability is going to come is just not true. And I appreciate the work you guys have been doing to try and create avenues that people could afford houses who want to stay in the community. Part of what makes Inglewood great is a great mix of blue collar and white collar culture, right? And right now, the only people who can afford an Inglewood are either people who've been multi-time house buyers or people like me who work for a Fortune 500 company and make a lot of money. That's how $500,000 is affordable. And I've worked nonprofit jobs. I've worked city and state jobs. I could have never afforded my house if I did not make what I make today. That's not the Inglewood I want to see in the future.
Ms. Andrews, thank you very much for your time tonight. Any questions from members of council? Member Nooncamp.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Andrews, thank you for being here. I just want to make sure I understand. Your home is an R1 property, but you have diversity in your street. Are you on a dividing line between a different zone on the other side?
Yes, ma'am. I think it's the Broadway corridor. So anything that backs to Broadway has multi-units allowed on it versus my side of the street does have some multi-unit on it, but not all of it is multi-unit. There are several R1 properties on my street.
And what is your experience with things like parking or traffic on that street with that mixed use?
I have not had issues with parking or traffic on our street. I think because many of the units on our street have the back alley garages, there's definitely a lot of cars. I don't want to pretend that our streets are empty. They're not, but I've not had any issues. I've thrown parties. I've had friends over. My neighbors have thrown parties. My neighbors have had friends over. And I've never had an issue with anyone finding parking.
Okay, thank you.
See no further questions. Ms. Andrews, thank you for your time tonight. Up next is Maggie Burns here to speak on general encouragement. Had to get that first word. Good evening, Ms. Burns. If you could just state your name and your address or cross streets.
My name is Maggie Burns. I live at Girard and Lafayette. Good evening, Council. Thank you for having me this evening, although I guess you don't have much of a choice, do you? I want to take a moment tonight to say a few words of encouragement. First, the city's recent rebranding and neighborhood map design is absolutely incredible. I know that you probably didn't personally work on it. You weren't the ones making the design, but I'm sure that you had a hand in approving it or of asking pieces of it to be completed. Well done. It is incredible. I walk around town with my Inglewood tote bag all the time, very proudly. I am obsessed with it, and I can't wait to get a neighborhood sticker at one of the neighborhood nights soon. Please let your staff know that they are doing really, really good work. Second, I want to thank you for stepping into the conversation about affordable and attainable housing in this city, even though it has been met with considerable pushback and anger. There are many of us who are for these conversations and really appreciate the time that you took to bring those issues to the table. I'm one of the people in this community who is very interested and encouraged by conversations around attainable and affordable housing here. So if this issue ever makes it back onto the docket, I will be very excited. I know many of my friends will be also. Those of us who are for these types of conversations may have not been very vocal at city council meetings in the past, and for that I apologize. It is an intimidating place to feel welcome when I've seen my friends booed and laughed at from where I'm standing right now. I'm sure it hasn't been easy for you to sit where you are or listen to all the anger and frustration that you've had come at you.
Ms. Burns, do you mind pausing? Can we stop the time real quick? Members of the public, if we could just afford her the courtesy that they show you as well when you come and speak. I just want Ms. Burns to get her proper time and try to get her point across, which is kind of proving her point. But go ahead, Ms. Burns.
Thank you. I want my presence and this comment tonight to be a small reminder that even though we might not be the ones who speak the most often, we are still here. Finally, I wanted to let you know, just generally, that you're doing a good job. I'm constantly impressed by how engaged and caring so many of you are in and for this city, and I'm grateful to have a group of city council members who are working with such intention and diligence. Thank you.
Ms. Burns, thank you very much for your time tonight. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Up next is Kevin Wright with no topic given. Mr. Wright, if you could just state your name and your address or cross streets.
My name is Kevin Wright. I'm on Julian and Tufts. Back again, guys, in opposition to this Title 16 and Code Next. But one thing I haven't heard discussed here is about this COVID-19 and the pandemic that we just experienced. Social distancing, densification, cramming people into one spot. Experts have said this is not the first time or the last time that this will happen, where a virus will be released from a laboratory. This was a man-made accident that happened. The world was affected, not just Englewood, the world. 7 million people died. What steps have been taken in Code Next and your plans to protect the citizens of Englewood if another outbreak was to occur? Please tell me this, because our safety is in your hands. I figure this is a valid question, because I experienced the Wuhan virus just like everybody in this room. What steps are you taking to keep this community safe in the future? Now, I have a response for former Mayor Linda Olson and our council member that was interviewed by Englewood Herald, who decided to call the citizens, taxpayers, and registered voters little citizens. Regarding the Englewood Council's handling of affordable housing and the ongoing recall efforts, the Englewood Council's exploration of multiple perspectives and possible solutions to community housing needs is commendable. You've done a great job. Spent a lot of money. You've done a great job. We appreciate that. Looks like I'm running out of time, so better hurry up. The council members are elected to represent their constituents and must weigh all stakeholders' needs, not just those of developers and big businesses. While recalls are expensive and disruptive, they are a crucial tool for holding elected officials accountable. The fact that 4 seats may sit empty for a few months is a small price to pay for ensuring that those in power hear and respond to the community's needs. Waiting for the next election is not always a viable option, especially when elected officials may not be acting in the best interest of their constituents. The Englewood City Council's claim of hosting more town halls and listening to Englewood's council's claim of community input is not enough to address the deep-seated issues surrounding affordable housing.
Mr. Wright, your 3 minutes are up.
All right.
Thank you for your time tonight. Any questions for members of council? Seeing none, Mr. Wright, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Up next is Kim Wright with no topic given. Ms. Wright, thank you. If you could just state your name and your address or cross streets.
Kim Wright, Julian and Tufts. After several open record requests, the city has not been transparent regarding the fact a church that is attended by council members and/or city staff is using Hampton Hall at no cost. According to previous contract, the city is also providing 2 rooms free of charge to the church. Approval was given by city manager for the church to use these at no cost. According to new contract being presented, it states that modifications made by the city may be done to room A as long as it's under $20,000. Who's benefiting from the modifications? The church. Is the church receiving preferential treatment over taxpayers that fund the building? Who's paying for the cost associated with the facilities, such as cleaning, AC, heat, etc.? Why is there a rush to sign a new contract when the last contract with eArts expired in December of 2020? Is the church receiving donations from the city in violation of 501c3 regulations? Who's responsible for ensuring eArts is in compliance? Who's responsible for providing the financial accountability for taxpayer-owned asset? Who's accountable for, who's accountable when open record request, transparency, financial reporting laws are violated and ignored. I see that you are. You cannot delegate your responsibility. You cannot contract away the citizens' rights to information and transparency. And you cannot decide to vote on a contract with no public discussion, no financial information, no determination regarding contract compliance. And on a side note, all meetings and interviews should be done in person. And if on video, it should be rarely. And if someone is on video, the person should be on screen so we could see them. And one more thing. City Council holds the power of the purse. We are now being inundated by postcards and flyers like never seen before. This all started once recalls were announced. Is this information or is this campaigning? I'd really like to know. Thank you.
Ms. Wright, thank you for your time tonight. Any questions? We have a question from Member Russell.
Thank you. So my one question, you said the contract expired in
December of 2020 with the E-Arts.
And how did you know that?
Cora request, open records request.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Wright, I have a question. You were speaking about modifications being done to a church. Which church is it?
Sacred Grace. There's been open records request asking how much they pay for Hampton Hall, and we can't get that information, but we were told that they are given storage space and use of rooms for free per the city manager.
Ms. Wright, thank you for that.
And can I add to that? Had it not been a sponsorship of a city council member, I was going to be charged $150 an hour for the community room as a taxpayer for a community meeting.
Right.
So I don't think that's very fair.
Thank you, Ms. Wright. Ms. Russell, Member Russell, you took off your light.
I did. I had another question,
Go
but
ahead.
then it just it just disappeared.
Okay.
So actually, it was about
I
something.
have those
so-
more often than not.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. Ms. Wright, thank you for your time tonight.
You're welcome.
Up next, members of we have up next Ida Mae Nickel here to talk about our history.
I don't know if I have room for this big book, so I will just leave it aside. I brought this just to show how many programs we've had since we started. We have 88.
Ms. Nickel, do you mind stating your name and your address across street?
I'll just put it down here. At least y'all know.
Ms. Nickel, sorry to interrupt you. I didn't realize that wasn't part of your discussion, so.
That's okay. My name is Ida Mae Nickel, and I live on LePen Street near Union. And good evening, Council. Let's see. I want to let you know that I was one of the ones that helped start the Inglewood Historic Preservation Society, which was formed in March of 2012 to study and preserve Inglewood's rich history and to educate its citizens through historical presentations and a monthly newsletter. Also, my book, it shows that we have had 80 programs since we started, and there was 3 years eliminated during the pandemic. Our history is our legacy. In historical times is something handed down from past periods of time to the future. History tells us a story and can bring the past before our eyes as if it were the present. The people of the past are interesting and fun, and to see how some of their thoughts were and their attitudes can differ drastically from ours, and yet similar in common relationships to one another. Building stories, communities is like planting trees, and it teaches us that learning from the past, we can take lessons from the living and the future, and we can save our Inglewood history for generations to come after us. Building strong communities is like planting trees. Planting trees teaches us about learning from the past, living in the future, and building the future that we can take lessons from to understand how trees grow and their relationships to one another relates to knitting our community together and saving our Inglewood history for generations after us. Where do you think is the best place to plant a young tree? A clearing in an old growth forest. History has shown us that a young tree will grow better when it is planted in an area with older trees. The reasons is the roots of the young trees are able to follow the pathways created by former trees and implant themselves more deeply. Over time, the roots of many trees may actually graft themselves together, wrapping around the roots around each other like a piece of crocheted on cloth and creating an intricate, interdependent foundation hidden under the ground. In this way, stronger trees share resources with weaker trees so that the whole forest becomes healthier. For children, legacy means learning from the past, a feeling of security knowing that there are adults who cared about them and helps them establish their values and priorities. Anyhow,
Sorry about that, Ms. Nickel.
Next time, I have a whole lot more to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nickel, for your time tonight. Any questions for Ms. Nickel? Seeing none, Ms. Nickel, thank you for your time. Up next is Keegan Benson with no topic given. There we go. Didn't see the loop. Good evening, Ms. Benson. If you could just state your name and your
Good
address.
evening, City Council. My name is Regan Benson. It's nice to be here this evening. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. My address, Planet Earth. Does that work for you?
No, do you have a cross street as well?
Planet Earth.
Okay.
Does that work for you? I hope so.
Go
And
ahead, Ms.
people
Benson.
really shouldn't be giving their personal information. They're making public record, and I don't know why you're so intent on collecting everybody's personal information. It's very odd, Mayor. So, I'm here tonight to follow up from when I addressed you on May 1st. Remember when I was here and I talked about that city prosecutor that y'all hired at $42 an hour that's starting an investigation on me for the unauthorized practice of law? Boy, what a dummy, let me tell you. And as this progresses, it's just gonna make you guys look dumber and dumber and dumber, okay? But enough of that for tonight. So what we're gonna talk about tonight is homelessness and what you're not doing. You're hearing from the residents in Inglewood that you're not spending the money properly. Well, guess what? I've got anecdotal evidence of that right from today. Arapahoe County, as a matter of fact, you had some, Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, are you busy on your computer right now?
I'm typing notes from what you're stating. Go ahead.
Oh, okay, good. Questions afterwards, right? So anyway, you had commissioners here tonight that, of course, want to circumvent Tabor again to address homelessness. Let's raise taxes. Let's just keep raising taxes. It's the best thing we can possibly do while homelessness continues to grow. You see this locket right here? Everybody see this? This is an urn locket. This is my friend Jesse James Smith III. He died on the sidewalk behind Burger King at Broadway and Evans because Inglewood couldn't help him. If you think that you are going to continue to pull the wool over people's eyes on how you're addressing homelessness, you're gonna keep looking dumber and dumber and dumber. You better get out on the streets and figure out what's going on. If you wanna watch today's video of a massive failure in Inglewood, it's right on my YouTube channel, Regan Benson, and it's titled Resource Failure. You had Arapahoe County housing navigator here in the library that couldn't help a person who's dying on the streets right now. We've got no temporary shelter, housing, affordable housing. People better get with the program. Anything government touches becomes unaffordable. There is no such thing as affordable housing. Quit lying to people. Stop lying to people. Get out there on the streets and see what these cops continue to do to these people, to criminalize them, to keep them in the system over and over and over. And you, Mr. Ward, Mayor Pro Tem,
Ms.
how
Benson,
dare
your
you
time
do
is up.
what you
Ms.
did
Benson.
to
Ms.
Judge
Benson,
Jefferson?
your time is up.
I'll be back.
Thank you for your time. Any questions for Ms. Benson? Seeing none, thank you for your time. City Clerk, that concludes the people in person. We have one person online.
April, are you there and are you providing public comment? If so, if you could just please unmute.
April, are you able to hear us? All right.
I'm here.
Oh, go ahead, April. We can
I'm
hear
here. Can you hear me?
you. We can hear you. April, can you
Hello,
state your-
can you hear me?
I can hear you. Are you able to hear me?
Well, first of all, hello?
Yes, April, can you hear me?
I don't know what you did. Now I can't hear you.
April, I can hear you. If you're able to state your name and your address
Hello?
across streets,
I cannot hear you guys at all.
give us
I'm
one
just going to
second,
assume
April.
you can hear me. First of
Are
all,
you
I've
able to
been
type
here
a
from the
note?
beginning when you had your little square table where you're all facing each other and congratulating each other and y'all spreading your stupid buzzwords. Shame
April,
on you. Because if you gave a shit about the homeless, you would have had 3 words that would have appeared at one point in time, but they didn't. You know what those words were? Continuum of care. You don't care about the homeless. And what I think what you're doing is actually more shameful than what you have done in the past as a little state to the Native Americans. You are tossing homeless Americans out of motels and replacing them with illegal aliens. Where do you have the balls to do something like that? Stop your bullshit. If you gave a shit, every one of you would be reaching out to Regan, who just spoke, and tells you what is going on. Do you give a shit? Apparently you don't, and I want to congratulate you on one thing you've done. One thing you actually have done successfully. Prove that you are corrupt. That's what you've done. And if I've got any time left, I'd like to get Regan back up here to say more stuff that she needs to say.
April, thank you for your time tonight. You are the scheduled speaker, so there's no allotted time
I still
for
can't
anyone
hear.
else. April, thank you very much. For your
Regan,
time.
step up if you can. Regan, go ahead, take the rest of my time.
All right, that now concludes unscheduled public comment. And so I am giving a response. Let me go through my notes here. So up first, to
Let
Mr.
her
Doug
speak
Cohn,
for
thank
me.
you very much for coming. I
She
always
has more
appreciate you
things to
coming.
say.
Are we able to
Don't
mute
be a
Miss-
fuck.
Miss April? There we are. So, Mr. Doug Cohn, thank you very much for your time tonight. I always love it when you do come and speak to the history of Inglewood. Thank you for just providing us a little bit of a history towards McCready grocery store, and also just the fact that you kind of let me know about the place markers that are going to be placed at some historical sites around the city. So thank you very much for that. Jessica Nab, I believe that they left, but I appreciate her as well as Lauren and Thomas McBride coming to speak to the puppy mills. I think during my mayor's choice tonight, I'm going to bring it up to members of council if this is something that they would like for us to look into or have our city attorney look into it. So we'll talk about that during my mayor's choice. Mr. Bertoluzzi, and I believe, I'm trying to think, was it Mr. Espinoza as well as Mary Rose? Thank you very much for bringing what you're bringing to Inglewood. It's really cool the fact that the budgets are so tight in the schools. Love how they're just bringing some joy of the arts to children at such a young age. So I really appreciate what they're bringing to some of our neighborhood schools, and couldn't be happier about that. Ms. Dickerson, I think this actually kind of covers a lot of the topics that many brought up about homelessness, but obviously homelessness is such a difficult issue. It's not so broad, it's such a nuanced issue that, we're trying to help so many at so many different, at wherever they are within their journey. So part of it that people seem to forget is also we're trying to prevent people from falling into homelessness. And so that's something that people don't discuss as part of our homelessness plan. And so we are trying to help those as well. We're not going to be able to solve this issue just immediately with, with this being such a complex issue, whether it's job skills or falling into mental health issues or drug problems. But we're looking to do something with our neighborhood cities, and I'm very proud of the fact that we're doing that. So, but I do appreciate you speaking tonight. Mr. Kozak, thank you very much for speaking tonight. Obviously, we're going to be speaking to your work on the petition as well here later on today, but I do appreciate you coming and speaking. Ms. Jan Wiper, thank you very much for speaking. I know it's very difficult, the fact that we are at odds in terms of just what we feel are best for the city. I am listening to you. I do hear you, but I think we're just in a disagreement in terms of how to move the city forward. And so obviously you could continue to come and speak to us, but obviously I want to listen to all citizens, and just because they're not here in this room doesn't mean that, we're not speaking to them outside of these council chambers. So I do appreciate you coming and speaking tonight. Mr. Dewis, thank you very much for bringing it up. I know you brought up the homelessness as well. I'm actually going to let our city manager speak to the grade issue. I know that we discussed that part of the plan is to raise it as part of when it starts to flood. Part of the reason that you kind of mentioned was the fact that, debris collects and it does cause an issue within that area. But I'll let our city manager speak to what our process is here with future high rain events. Ms. Burpee, thank you very much for coming and speaking tonight. I know it's very difficult to speak at these events, but I do want to just appreciate your perspective in terms of housing and living in the city and what you do as well. So I do appreciate that as well, and I believe that you stated that you are expecting as well, so congratulations on that. Ms. Andrews, thank you very much. Your perspective as well. I know it's very difficult to buy in the city, so your words of encouragement to us in terms of just looking into the issue, exploring it further. I know many were upset about us not taking it a further step, but obviously, do appreciate members of the public just reaching out, and maybe, may take incremental steps here in the near future to at least, help with the situation however possible, even though the grander plan wasn't something that we wanted to tackle at this time. Ms. Burns, thank you too, as well as your words of encouragement. Obviously, you stated that it's kind of intimidating speaking here, and your words were, I guess time. What's the word I'm trying to use? Timely. There we go. They were timely in that situation, but I do appreciate you coming in and speaking, and I'm hoping that others will come and speak and are not intimidated in the future to say what they state or would want to state. Mr. Wright, thank you very much for coming and speaking tonight. Obviously, I do understand that we're at odds in terms of Code Next. In terms of what we're doing to protect our citizens, obviously, I want to thank the citizens of Inglewood for approving the increase in the sales tax to help with the alternative policing. That's one aspect that we're talking about. And during our study session, we actually had a Arapahoe County where we were talking about the emergency response plan. So that's one aspect of it. Obviously, COVID-19 was a bigger pandemic, and I'm hoping that there are lessons learned for how to combat that in the future. But in terms of what we're looking to, how to protect the citizens of Inglewood, those are two of the answers, and I'm sure I could come up with more if I have more time. Ms. Wright, thank you very much for bringing up some of the issues as well. I'll have to get a little bit more information about Sacred Grace and some of the things that you brought up, but If it was $20,000, I think that approval can be done by the city manager. But I'm not sure exactly what that aspect was, but I'll see if I can get more information at a later point. Item A, Nico, thank you very much for coming and speaking tonight about the history as well as for just letting us know more about trees. And I guess in a sense, it was also about density as well and open space. So thank you very much for that, Ms. Nichol. And with that, Ms. Benson, I kind of spoke to our homelessness plan. Obviously, that is a very difficult issue. And so obviously that this is something that, we will look to continue to explore better ways to kind of manage it in the future. So, and with that, that's all I have for response. Anybody else want to add to that? Seeing none, we now move on to the next agenda item. Do we want to take a short break before we begin, or should we just keep moving? Do you want to respond now, City Manager Lewis, to the grade, or go ahead, City Manager Lewis?
Thank you, Mayor. I agree that we definitely have a maintenance issue on the grate, but it's the design of the grate that's causing the problem, and Mile High Flood District agrees with us. We have met with them now twice since the last flood event. They recognize that the grate is so tight that it is, won't let anything pass. So we are looking at several options with them, including a grate that could potentially open during high water events to let that flow through. There's really no requirement that we have any kind of filtration system on that. There has never been a filtration system on Little Dry Creek Plaza where the duck pond was previously. I also just want to mention we do have a policy with regard to room reservations, and I have not authorized any policy, any groups to vary from that policy. So I'll be interested to get copies of any records that may say otherwise. Thank you.
I appreciate that, City Manager Lewis. Member Woodward, go ahead.
Okay, I want to address too, from what I understand regarding the flood control at Little Dry Creek. The grate holds all that, what we're seeing, our tree branches, all that sort of stuff, and I notice it, you notice it. If you go there, everybody notices it. The problem, part of the problem, and correct me if I'm stating something wrong, City Manager, please, is we don't have a front end or an excavator type or anything to pick that up over the top to get it all the way to the bottom. And there's these big, huge granite stones that were put in as part of the decor and stuff where we can't get equipment down there to get it. So it's my understanding that some of those stones are going to be relocated so we can get the equipment down there to clean that up off the grates, which certainly will look better. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Anyone else? Seeing none, that concludes scheduled public comment. We're now moving on to agenda item 11. Oh, sorry, actually, I had it on the wrong side. So consent agenda items, I had 9B1 pulled from consent. Any others? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve 9A1 and 9A2?
I move to approve 9A1 and 9A2.
Thank you, Member Noonenkamp. Could I get a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Can we please vote?
Member Anderson?
Aye.
Member Noonenkamp?
Aye.
Member Russell?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward?
Aye.
Member Wink?
Aye.
Member Woodward?
Aye.
Mayor Sierra?
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Thank you. And Member Russell, you asked to pull 9B1? And,
Yes.
Do you have Deputy Police Chief?
I don't believe he is here,
Okay.
Mayor, but perhaps
Okay.
I can answer questions.
Sounds good. Go ahead, Member Russell.
Okay, so the first time I read this, I guess I didn't pay as close as attention as I should have. But in the description, it says this ordinance mirrors state law to authorize Inglewood Police Department to recover specific fees for services that county sheriff's departments are authorized to recover under state statute. But what I realized when I was actually reading the ordinance is that this is putting, and correct me if I'm wrong, city attorney, this is putting expectations on the judge that he will have to do certain things. Is that correct?
Yes, in that, first of all, there is a state law that allows sheriff's departments to recover these same fees. So this is a city ordinance that would allow our police department to recover those fees. It's anticipated it would be collected predominantly through the finance department. So if the police department serves a document, then they can submit an invoice that the finance department can then bill and attempt to collect. But it does state that the municipal court shall assess the fee if somebody's found guilty. So let's say the police department is required to serve a warrant on somebody for not appearing in municipal court. They come to municipal court, the judge finds them guilty, then it would require the judge to impose the fee. However, if council finds that objectionable, we certainly could remove the provision requiring municipal court to impose the fee. In that case, I anticipate the city prosecutor would still request it, and the finance department could still bill it, but it wouldn't require municipal court to then impose it, meaning the court would not be required to tell the person they owe the fee and include it in any judgment.
Okay, so I guess my concern was I really would like to have the judge come in and talk to us, whether it's in a study session, when there are fees like this that impact what he's doing. I'm not saying I don't want him to charge the fees, but if it's mandated and there are extenuating circumstances that we don't know about, he may choose to waive those fees. I'm not saying that he would or that he shouldn't. I just think that when there are things that require the municipal judge to do certain things, it would be good to hear from him. I think the only way that we can do that is either in a study session or something else. I mean, if we want to move forward with this, I would like to remove that requirement, and I'm okay with the prosecutor moving forward and suggesting that, but I really would like in the future that we would bring the judge in. So whatever the council would like, I mean, I would either table it till the judge could come and present, or I'm willing to make an amendment.
Mayor?
Sorry, I didn't see your hand. Go ahead, Member Wink.
Only if Member Russell is finished.
She is. Go ahead, Member Wink.
I could not have agreed more with what Member Rita Russell just said, because it seemed as if we're making these decisions on behalf of the municipal court system without even hearing, so from my part, I don't know what our judge thinks about this. And I see that the intent is to recover costs, but especially given the last few years and the strides we've made forward in terms of restorative justice, if you really examine some of these the fee structure, right? And some of the fees, and if you think really strategically about what they infer, it doesn't seem to lend itself to the program that I've heard, right, we're implementing in terms of restorative justice. And so Member Russell said it so perfectly. I should say fewer words and more, but I do feel like I would like us to not move any more forward with this until we hear what the leader of our municipal court system thinks about this. I would like to hear his direction, his point of view, just some confirmation, some more context behind this. So I am with Member Russell on this. If we could maybe table it until we can have whatever it is, study session, regular session. Thank you.
Thank you. City Attorney, did you have something to add, or your light was on, so?
I just never turned it off, but okay. I think from our perspective, we would prefer to just strike the municipal court language so that we can start billing it, because this is a cost recovery. Of course, we're working on our 2024 budget and looking at budget shortfalls and working on alternative policing. So this would be a reimbursement mechanism for PD to hopefully free up some more funding for those alternative policing services.
But Mayor, thank you, Attorney Niles. Mayor, may I speak?
Did you have something else to say, Member Wink? I'm sorry.
I did. I do have a question, and I appreciate that thought. Just because I don't know all the details about quote unquote just striking the municipal court from the conversation and moving forward because it's a recuperative cost for the police department. And I think no one in the city doubts my support of our police department. But can we still just have the conversation? I think I would rather just do that. Not that I disagree with what our city attorney just said, but rather than just strike, quote unquote, I would love to just have the conversation, if you don't mind.
Thank you, Member Wink. I think, yeah, so you would like to have a study session or some type of conversation with.
I would, please.
Okay.
And then we, upon having that, yes, then maybe we strike municipal court from the conversation if at that point, with all the members present, we deem that that's the best course of action and that it's simply a recuperative process to get costs for PD. Fine, but I just want us to have the conversation with everyone in the room, just so nothing appears, right? Just to be transparent. Yeah,
Thank you, Member Wink. Member Anderson.
I would prefer to just make the amendment, and I don't think that it puts any burden on the judicial system if we make an amendment to just not require the judge to do that, and then we can have it on first reading and be done with it after the next meeting, and just go forward with it. I don't think it doesn't strike me as something that rises to the level of having the judge in for a study session on, but if the rest of council sees another way, then fine with that.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Member Nooncamp.
I'll just say I also support the amendment, and I think that we just asked Judge Jefferson for some of his time to come into a study session. I'm hesitant to ask him to come in personally for a study session every time we have a question like this. I think this is a great opportunity for staff to be able to get input from the municipal court on these issues and be able to move them forward, but happy to support an amendment tonight so that we can move it forward.
Thank you, Member Nooncamp. Member Woodward.
Yeah, I would suggest we could possibly just ask the judge to give us a written opinion and either table it till the next meeting or approve it on first reading tonight and then amend it on second reading after we have his opinion. But it seems to me that he ought to be able to just write up his opinion on what's being asked.
I agree.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Woodward. I'll jump in. I would be in support of just making an amendment tonight and just move forward with it at this point. Mayor Pro Tem.
Question for the attorney. In the past, when we have asked the judge to weigh in on pending legislation, what is the timeline under which we tend to receive a response?
I wouldn't say it's always the same timeline, but generally it could be a few weeks, and I follow up.
Okay, and then a related question. I believe on first reading I had asked, Ian was here, and I asked him, this is the piece of legislation, if my recollection is correct, whether what the judge's authority was relative to these. And we don't, even when we put something in the fee schedule, we're not obligating the judge because he has judicial authority to waive fees if he chooses to do so. Is that correct?
It depends on how the legislation is written. So of course there's different branches of government. As a legislative branch, you create the laws, and the judge does have to follow the law. However, the judge does have discretion in some circumstances. So the way it was written, where it said the judge shall, if someone is found guilty, impose the fees, I don't think the judge would have discretion to change that. However, if we just remove that language altogether that says the municipal court shall impose the fees, then the judge would have discretion whether or not to award the fee if requested by the prosecutor.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
I have a question, Mayor.
Go ahead, Member Wink.
I'm only saying it just in case you don't see my hand up, so I'm not trying to cut in
No,
line.
go ahead. I didn't see your hand. I didn't know if you took it down or not, so go ahead.
Thank you. So, thank you, Attorney Niles, for what you said. And that was my understanding, is that the language as stated here, it struck me as language that the municipal judge, if he didn't agree, he couldn't change. If one police officer shows up, the right, the guilty party needs to pay $150, and at these parameters that we've put, I don't see him having any opportunity to modify them, and that is only why I wanted to make sure that all of us are being transparent and all of us are at least shaking hands that yes, we are working together. We are working together with our municipal court system. This we agree. Yes, he agrees. Otherwise, we're making policy that drives the municipal court policy and operations. And I don't know that in the 7 years I've been on council, I've seen council making policy that drives what the municipal court system does without them approving it. It seems, it's just something, maybe I'm wrong, but it seems a little new, like a sudden change in what we're doing, like in what policy we're making, why and how. And so at what point are we making policy that drives the whole municipal court system without them having input? That's what my concern is. I hope you can all understand what I'm saying. Like a simple conversation, or maybe as Member Woodward suggested, a simple written piece from the judge just to say, yes, 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 of course, I understand, I agree, or maybe I don't agree. I just think it's just fairness and transparency for the citizens. Thank you, Mayor.
Member Wink. Member Anderson and then Member Woodward.
If I'm understanding correctly, the amendment that we would theoretically be making would remove any burden or requirement from the court, and so I don't see, you know, if we make this change, then we're solving the problem. You know, we're solving the problem right now. So anyway, that's why I'm supportive of just making the amendment and moving on. And if the judge or the court administrator wants to write a memo or something in between now and second reading and confirm that we've satisfactorily addressed their concerns. I am, you know, a bit concerned if the judge is calling council members and weighing in on legislation to begin with. But if we want to get his input, then I think there's an appropriate, there's an appropriate way to do that, and I think we can solve this problem right now.
Member Woodward.
Thank you. City Attorney, you had mentioned striking the word shall. Can we just change the word shall to may? And that gives the judge the choice.
We can, or we could just strike the second half altogether. I would propose an amendment to line C that says simply the costs herein may be administratively imposed and billed by the city, and not even reference municipal court. The prosecutor would have discretion to request them as costs in municipal court. The court would have discretion whether or not to grant them, but I think addresses the concern because it removes it altogether.
Anything else, Member Woodward?
No, that's all. Thanks.
Member Russell?
Thank you. And I know that at our last meeting with the judge, he agreed to come back and talk about the financial. I think it would be good for council to visit with the judge also to find out what he feels about different legislation. It is, especially when it involves the court system like this right here. If there are other things that we can help, I think that it's something we should work together collaboratively with. But like I said, I'm okay to make the amendment, and I will make an amendment to
remove the second half of section 1, item C, the way the city attorney worded it.
Thank you, Member Russell. Go ahead, Member Anderson.
Second. That was a motion?
Was that your motion? It was
Yes,
your motion.
Second.
yes.
Thank you. Any,
Friendly amendment, was that a motion to approve the ordinance with that amendment? Can we do it all in one step?
I think we have to do it in two
yeah, okay.
steps. Thank you.
I mean, then normally we would have the motion to approve the ordinance first and then amend it second.
Correct, we haven't done that yet.
Okay,
Actually,
all right then.
One second, Member Russell. Member Woodward, do you have another question before we go to the motion or no? Okay, sorry. All right, go ahead and make the motion. Member Russell, sorry.
So do I need to move to approve the motion? I don't want to do that. I want somebody else to do that because I want to amend it. Thank you.
I'll move to approve CB 22.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Anderson. And now Member Russell.
I move to approve, amend section 1C by removing the wording however the city attorney stated.
Thank you, Member Russell. Could I get a second?
Just a
I'll
point of-
second that.
Is that 8C? Or section 1, 8C, paragraph 8C?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Could I get a second?
I'll second.
Do you got it, Member Wink? All right. Thank you, Member Wink. Any further comments? Seeing none, can we please vote?
Member Anderson,
Aye.
Member Noonenkamp,
Aye.
Member Russell,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward,
Aye.
Member Wink,
Aye.
Member Woodward,
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Thank you. And now, do we make, now do we vote on the motion as amended?
All right, Member Anderson,
Aye.
Member Noonenkamp,
Aye.
Member Russell,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward,
Aye.
Member Wink,
Aye.
Member Woodward,
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Thank you. Now moving on to 11A1. This is a CB 28 stating ordinance for the subdivision of Sam's Automotive property. We have City Attorney Tamara Niles.
Thank you, Mayor. As you know, we have received a petition for referendum regarding a planned unit development or a PUD on the Sam's Automotive property. There were two ordinances adopted regarding the Sam's Automotive property. One was the PUD, and one was a subdivision that was designed to accommodate the PUD. So there were two different ordinances, but only one referendum petition for the PUD. If the PUD is repealed, then the subdivision is no longer required because the subdivision was meant to accommodate the planned unit development. However, municipal code deadlines regarding subdivisions still apply because the subdivision ordinance is not stayed pending the referendum on the PUD ordinance. So two ordinances, one subject to referendum, one not. Well, before I head to the referendum, if the PUD is repealed, the way we drafted the ordinance in front of you to stay the subdivision ordinance, it would also repeal the subdivision ordinance as well. So essentially, if there's no PUD, there's no need for the subdivision. So the proposed ordinance in front of you stays all the deadlines for the subdivision until the PUD referendum is resolved. And just because the referendum is very timely, I thought you might appreciate the referendum next steps. I know this was emailed out and it was notified, or notification was provided to the circulators of the referendum petition, or I guess the proponents of the referendum petition, those that filed it. But there is a protest period for the referendum, 40 days from May 4th. If no protest is filed, then the city council will consider the referendum on the PUD on June 20th. At that time, city council will have to decide whether to repeal the PUD ordinance or whether to set it for a ballot question on the November election. I dashed off these slides really quick. I said for the November, the special election, the way it's written, our referendum is on the next scheduled election. So our next scheduled election is in November, given we don't have a special election in between. If a protest is filed by the deadline, which is 40 days from May 4th, then the city clerk will schedule a hearing in front of an independent third-party hearing officer. And of course, this is all regarding the PUD. The action item in front of you is its sibling ordinance, which is the subdivision. So I made that a little bit more complicated than I think I had to, but this is the ordinance in front of you, or council bill in front of you, is simply to stay the subdivision deadlines until the PUD plays out.
I really appreciate that, City Attorney, for the timeline and just information. Any questions from members of council? Go ahead, Member Russell.
So if we don't stay the subdivision, then it would automatically expire, correct? And then after, if the, let's say the PUD comes back, then they'd have to go through the whole process for the subdivision again, correct?
Yes, so they have all these deadlines they have to meet for the subdivision, including filing and payment of fees. And if council does nothing, then all that work on the subdivision, if they don't meet those deadlines, then it does go ahead and expire. I know staff put in a lot of work and a lot of time. This went to P and Z beforehand. So as a staff member that also worked on it, I know we would prefer not to have to duplicate all that effort, if at all possible, if they were going to do it all over again.
So if we approve this tonight and then the referendum holds, this will automatically go away at that point too.
Meaning if the referendum overturns the PUD ordinance?
Yes.
Yes, then the subdivision ordinance would be automatically repealed as well, according to the proposed council bill in front of you tonight.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions for members of council? Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, regarding the timeline for referendum, your slide assumes a November election, but don't we have the authority to schedule a special election if we choose to do so?
On the referendum, it states, the referendum regulation states it's on the next election. I believe it's the next special or general election. Right now, our next election is in November. If we do have a special election scheduled in the meantime, we could certainly come back and put it on that ballot. But given a special election would cost us about $80,000, it would be our recommendation that unless there's another special election scheduled, that we just put this on the general so that it doesn't cost the city any money out of pocket.
Makes sense, thank you.
Anything else? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve 11A1?
I move to approve 11A1.
Thank you, Member Noonan-Kemp. Could I get a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Any further comments? Seeing none, can we please vote?
Member Anderson?
Aye.
Member Noonan-Kemp?
Aye.
Member Russell?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward?
Aye.
Member Wink?
Aye.
Member Woodward?
Aye.
Mayor Sierra?
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Members of council, does anybody need to take a break? I need to take a short break, but are you guys okay taking a 5-minute break?
For it.
All right.
Before we take a break, actually there was a mistake. It's not 8C, it is C, because it was divided A, B, and C. B had 1 through 8. So do we have to correct that?
Member, City Attorney Niles?
I had it down correctly. There's only one C on only one section C.
Right.
So I amended section C to remove all the language after the first sentence.
Okay.
So
We'll
I
reflect.
think we're okay. I think we were all talking about the same thing.
Right, okay.
But
And
if
we'll
anyone,
reflect that in the minutes correctly as well.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for bringing that up, Member Russell. And with that, let's take a 5-minute break. It is 9:18. Let's get back around 9:25. We'll give us 7 minutes. Thanks, everyone.
I'm pushing $1,000 on my system. I'm just adding a 20-gallon tank.
Members of council, if you could please be seated. Members of council, if we could be seated. Members of council, if you could please be seated.
Testing, testing.
All right, everyone, we are now back. We're now moving on to 11B1, which is Council Bill 25, Old Hampton Complete Streets Intergovernment Agreements. This is for second reading. We have Deputy Director of Public Works, Tim House. Good evening, Director House.
Good evening. Thanks for the introduction. I'll answer any additional questions you have on this item.
All right, any questions on the second reading? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve 11B1?
I move to approve CB 25, Old Hampton Complete Streets.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Could I get a second?
Second?
Thank you, Member Noonenkamp. Any further comments? Go ahead, Member Russell.
I do appreciate all the work that's been done on this, and I know that it does need to be paved, but I still have incredible concerns that that road is not wide enough to put medians in there. And I'm gonna say it again, all those pictures we saw about buses and cars and bicycles, that street is not wide enough for all of that to happen. And so I will not be supporting this.
Thank you, Member Russell. Anyone else? Seeing none, can we please vote?
Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Noonenkamp.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Nay.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward.
Aye.
Member Wink.
Aye.
Member Woodward.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 6 ayes and 1 nay, the 1 nay being Councilmember Russell.
Thank you so much, Director Host. I think you stick around for the 2023 Mill and Overlay Project. This is 11C1.
All right, thank you. I've got a brief PowerPoint presentation on this one to go over the summary of this, and then I'll answer any questions about this. So get started here with the kind of the purpose and project background. It's our annual Mill and Overlay project, and this year we've got a couple little new wrinkles in it. There, we do start with the kind of the locations there. We've got pavement maintenance zone 5 is the focus this year. That's the northwest area of the city that we're focusing most of the local street work on. And then we also do have a few of our collectors and arterials there. We've got 2 segments of South Broadway, the very north end of Broadway between Yale and Dartmouth. And then south of Broadway, south of Bellevue, we're going to complete all that to the south boundary with Littleton. And we've also got Floyd Avenue between Broadway and Inca. That's part of the project. And one thing not listed there, we do have Dartmouth Avenue between the South Platte Drive and West Zuni there, the boundary of the city. So that'll complete the repaving of Broadway from Santa Fe all the way to Zuni there, west of Santa Fe in the city. So then we also have the concrete restoration work that's involved with the asphalt work. Before we pave any street, we make sure all the concrete that's damaged is replaced so we don't have any cracks in the concrete letting water into the subgrade. And then the new thing we do have this year, the millings that are going to come off of this project. When we rotomill the street, we generate all those millings, and historically we've either let the contractor keep them or we've stockpiled them out at the service center. And this year, one thing we're going to try is we're going to when the contractor loads them into the truck, when he mills them off the street, we're going to have him haul them over to the select alleys in the city and spread them out in the alleys for us. But typically what we've done is we've stockpiled them at the service center and then had our crew go out and spread them out in the alleys, so this saves that step. So we just put them directly on the alley straight off the street. So we've selected 75 alleys throughout the city that need the millings applied there to make the surface a little more durable in the inclement weather. So I'll show you the map here in a minute on that, but that is a new wrinkle there that we have in the project to see if we can't save some money and get the alleys resurfaced at the same time. So here's the maps of the two areas. On the left there is all the alleys. There's 75 segments there. We've got the priority 1, 2, and 3 are the different colors. But we expect to generate enough millings off this project to cover all those alleys with a layer of millings there and get a more durable surface. And on the right is the map of all the streets included in the project there. We've got the Zone 5, as I said, and then the two pieces on Broadway, the far north end of Broadway and the far south end of Broadway, as well as the piece of Floyd Avenue and the Dartmouth Avenue there. So as far as contractor selection process, I'll go over that a little bit. So we did get 5 bids on this project there, and the low bid did come in pretty competitive. Our estimate was around $4 million, and the low bid came in at just under $3.2 million, so about $800,000 less. We were very happy to see that. The low bidder, Elite Surface Infrastructure, they've worked for us before. They've done this project 2 of the last 4 years, so we are familiar with them, and we feel they can do a good job. One of the driving reasons why the prices were so much lower is because of the quantity we have this year. It's a much larger project than we had last year. It's probably about 80% more quantity than we had on last year's job, so we found a pretty good efficiency in quantity there. The unit prices are about 30% less than we paid last year for the same type of work. So in the project funding here, we've got the 2 different accounts there, the pavement maintenance by area to cover the pavement work, and then the concrete utility fund to cover the concrete work for the curb gutter and sidewalk along these streets. So if you see there, the 3.1 there in the pavement maintenance by area, that's combine that with the 400,000 we've already committed to the slurry seal, gets us to about $3.5 million so far this year we've committed to pavement maintenance, and we actually have $5 million in the budget. Between the public improvement fund and then the new sales tax money, we've got $5 million. Plus, we've also got $2 million that we've committed to the South Broadway Complete Streets project to overlay that section of Broadway between 285 and Bellevue. So what that basically means is we've got $1.5 million left to do additional work this year, plus the money we still have for the Broadway between Bellevue and 285, so we do have quite a bit of money. So our intention here, if the contract's awarded tonight, we're going to talk to the contractor about doing some additional work for us and doing a change order to add in close to that $1.5 million worth of work, so we can get a little bit more done at these competitive prices, because they are very good prices. And so far, the contractors indicated they'd be willing to do more work, so we're hopeful we can work that out with them and come back to you with a change order to do more work to spend all the money we have available this year. So I guess the other thing I was going to mention on that too, the kind of the focus of the change order is going to be the next pavement zone. We're scheduled to work in the Zone 1, so we've got some streets in that Zone 1 is in the northeast part of town that we need to get done. But a bigger focus we're going to look at is trying to do a little bit more of Broadway. Broadway has really started to fall apart on us this year with all the tough winter and all this rain this spring. Broadway has really started to deteriorate, and we're seeing a lot more potholes and things happening, so we definitely need to get over there and do some more. So we're going to try to use some of the savings to get more of Broadway done the best we can, and that'll include that piece between Bellevue and 285. I think the section there between Bellevue and Tufts is really getting beat up here. It's really getting pretty bad. So originally we were going to try to save that until the complete streets improvements were done, so we didn't have to tear up the new overlay. But we think we can get in there and do some work now to prevent that street from getting any worse, and we can kind of strategically go around the complete streets things we'll have to do for the bus pads and the ADA ramps and things. So we're going to try to identify some areas on there that need that work and use that money for that, and we'll should have a change order ready for your consideration here in another month or 2 that we can propose to do a little bit more work this year and make sure Broadway's looking good before next winter as well. So with that, I'll conclude like we always do with a recommendation that we award this contract to the Elite Surface Infrastructure to construct the 2023 mill and overlay project. And with that, I'll answer any questions you have on this. I've also got our project engineer, Devin Keener's on the line if there's any other specific questions that I can't fully answer for you.
Sounds great. Thank you very much, Deputy Director. Member Anderson.
Thank you, Deputy Director Host. My questions are just about kind of since we're increasing the amount of paving that we're doing, it sounds from your presentation like we're just continuing with the zone, the same zone schedule we have been over the years, but expanding it within those zones. You did talk about addressing some of the major arterials that are deteriorating. Did you consider in this process, addressing some of the very low, the low graded residential streets throughout the other zones that are really suffering. I mean, I'm thinking when, you're gonna come back, whatever zone you did last year, if it's not gonna be back around for another 5 years, and those are gonna continue, the worst of those streets in that zone are gonna continue to deteriorate before you get back to it. Is there any thought process going into just making sure we're being really strategic about making sure that the really, really bad streets, even in the residential areas, are getting attention before they need major work to them?
Yeah, so we are tracking our pothole requests and how much potholes we need to do on all the residentials and stuff, and that is something we will look at, and very valid point to make sure, just because it's not in the scheduled zone, we will look throughout the whole city to make sure there's not any streets that kind of red flagging, showing us a lot of potholes that we need to address sooner than later, so we don't lose the whole street and then have to rebuild it. So we certainly will take that into account when we identify the additional streets that need to be done with the money we found, so.
And are you taking into account because I know a year or two ago we had the whole project done that went through and gave each street a grade, a score? Are you're looking at those scores? And I mean, I'm sure you are in zone 5, but within the rest of the city to make sure, as those are
Yes,
continuing to
we do
deteriorate.
base our decisions on those scores, what we try to do, but there are certain streets that deteriorate faster than we expect, and those are the ones we'll try to identify. But the scoring is what we try to keep that rating, follow that rating, just so we do, based on the recommendation from the survey we had done, and make sure we maximize our funds and spread them out as best we can. But certainly we'll consider those other zones as well for any streets that may have shown more rapid deterioration.
And I guess just one more question on more broadly speaking on paving. Are we using some of the increased funding that we have to expand our pothole repair program so that we're really getting on top of that as well? Is there funding to do that within change orders within this particular project, or do you have another contractor that's going to do pothole repair?
So we do, the pothole repair right now is done with our in-house street maintenance crew, and they're able to keep up pretty well. We have the new patching truck now that can lay down the hot mix for the potholes and makes it a lot more efficient to do those. So we are keeping up with that. We do have funding available in the road and bridge fund, it's called there, for materials for that we think will be adequate to do all the potholes we have, at least aware of now anyway. We think we can keep up with those without having to increase the funding for that.
Okay, thank you.
Member Woodward.
Thank you. Although I didn't see, in just going through the streets and stuff, any schools around that, I just want to make sure that we get the areas around any schools before school starts on August, basically on the 1st of August or the first week of August, unlike last year.
Yeah, definitely this year we tried to get this out a little bit earlier, and that is our priority locations. Anything near a school that could affect school traffic will be one of the first streets we get done to make sure they're done before school gets back in session.
Great. The second question I had, as I was understanding what you were saying, as we add on more to it, do you think adding more to this lowers the price at all per unit? And if we're substantially adding work, I would think that the whole price of everything might go down a bit.
So that is something we're going to discuss with the contractor. That's something we've considered as well, that, this is quite a large quantity of work. So we're going to see, at least with the change order work, if we could possibly get a better unit price for the work, since we're adding so much more, and see where that goes. But we certainly are going to ask that question and see what we can work out with the contractor.
Okay, great, thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve 11C1?
Move to approve 11C1.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Any further comments? Seeing none, can we please vote?
Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Noonenkamp.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward.
Aye.
Member Wink.
Aye.
Member Woodward.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Deputy Director, thank you so much. You have an answer for everything. I always appreciate you coming here and just well prepared with what we're doing on the streets. So thank you so much. Moving on to 11C2, it's the 2022 year-end budget supplemental. Director Jackie Lowe, good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I will discuss with you the following 2022 year-end updates. There are three components. First, the final 2022 budget supplemental resolution for your consideration approval. Second is the ARPA funding, the spending and ending balance as 2022, and unused funds returned to the general fund balance, or other government fund types or proprietary fund types. The directors are either in person here or online to answer any questions you may have. The 2022 budget supplemental summary, we have a total of 4, and 3 were approved by council in 2022, and this is the final one as per the year, as a part of a year-end audit process. You can see the dollar amount included in budget supplemental number 1, 2, 3, and this one's is 510,000. This is not a way to present our budget supplemental for 2022. You can see the general fund, total 3.3 million. Other funds, 5.8 million, total 9.2 million. Of that, I also give you a breakdown of ARPA funding. 79,000 of the 9.2 million is attributed to ARPA funding, and the 1.7 million is for other funds. This additional number 4, we have 2 components. One is adding additional 60,000 to technology, information technology department. The other is for a golf course fund. Let's take a look at the details. For the 60,000 additional appropriation to IT is because there's a position transferred from human resources to information technology. Therefore, there's additional funding that need to be applied to information technology department. And for golf, you can see 2021, we have original budget for the irrigation system, 550,000. We only spent 178,000. Please note, for the golf fund, the budget cannot be carried forward to the following year. Therefore, we have to add $450,000 to pay for additional funding for the irrigation system. If you don't have any question, I'll move to ARPA spending. You can see there are many different columns.
Hold on, Director Lowe, we do have a question from Member Russell. Go
I-
ahead, Member Russell.
I do have some questions. So on the, I think it's that one there. In the front, council communication, under the golf course fund, it shows that there was 3 supplementals in addition to the 450,000, which the total supplementals for the golf course was 488,772. This page over here doesn't reflect that. And so I guess what my concern is, taking from the, not this one, but from the golf course fund and the council communication, it says the main reason for the golf course to exceed its appropriation is due to the timing of the construction activity for the Back 9 irrigation project that began in 2021 and was completed in 2022. But you just said we can't carry that over?
See, typically annual appropriation budget will lapse on December 31st, exceptions for the capital project fund, conservation trust fund, and open space fund. They are more like capital project type of fund, but for the golf, we cannot carry forward. So you can see we have savings in 2021. We cannot carry forward that unused to the next year. So we have to appropriate more for 2022 expenditures plus the unused 2021.
Okay, so the unused, which is the budget variance, right? The 371,511, you can't, that was left. We didn't spend that, correct?
Correct.
But we couldn't carry it forward. So what happens? It just stays in the enterprise fund?
The fund balance,
Okay, the fund, the fund balance, okay, but the thing that's bothering me a little bit, like here in 2022, it shows that we have a negative 25,636. So we're short money, right?
looks like we have a budget variances, but in terms of fund balance, we still have enough fund balance for the golf fund.
Okay, so going back to the council communication, it shows the 4 budget supplementals. The total budget supplemental amount was $488,772. And then it shows the amended budget, and then the actual expense, and we had 15,331. Why did we ask for more money in the budget supplemental than we needed?
Okay. In the budgets, in the council communication, we have budget supplemental 1, 2, and 3. 1, 2, 3 is for different reasons. For example, adjust employees' pay to the midpoint. That's the budget supplemental for payroll purpose. But budget supplemental number 4, 450,000, is specifically for this irrigation system. So the total, if we add up 1, 2, 3, 4 together, is the 488,000. And plus original budget, we have amended a budget, actual expenditures then. So that one only showed the budget supplemental number 4, and
Right.
this include 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay,
So for 4, we only have a budget variance negative, but if we add up 1, 2, 3, 4 together, we are fine.
right, but why do, in the 2022 budget, it shows that we are short $25,000, but in the council communication, it shows that we're $15,000 over.
Yeah, this is over, because this one is we are only talking about budget supplemental number 4. We did not include 1, 2, 3, 4. But for the council communication, we want to give you a complete picture. So basically, if we add up budget supplemental 1, 2, 3, 4, that additional 35,000 to this number, we will have a surplus 15,000.
Okay. So why do we have a surplus?
Then we will return the 15,000 back to the fund balance. It's just an even number we plug here. We can make this exact zero. The balance is 0 here. It's just quick math.
Okay, but it is a little frustrating because it makes it look like we're moving money around. And so is it partly because, all right, this is the golf course fund. It is an enterprise fund. So can we take capital project money for the golf course? Doesn't it have to pay for that out of its own monies?
No, because it's an enterprise fund, it has to pay for operation, any indirect costs, any capital, any debt.
Okay, so where did the 450,000 come from?
The fund balance from a golf fund. This is just the expenditures. We are not moving money around. We're using, if think about general fund, we use unassigned fund balance to pay for operations. It's the same principle for golf course fund. They have a fund balance. They use a fund balance to pay for additional expenditures.
Okay, so this money is coming, the 450,000 is coming from the golf course fund.
Correct.
Okay, all right. I spent a lot of time trying to figure this out. That does help. So,
Yeah, it's same concept. It's same concept.
okay,
It's not moving from one expenditure line to the other. No, it's as a fund, like your savings account.
Right.
To pay additional costs.
Okay,
Yes.
all right, thank you.
Okay. Any
Thank you,
questions?
Member Russell's. Mayor Pro Tem.
I think I have a question in a similar vein to Member Russell's, but it doesn't deal with the numbers so much as the timing of this budget supplemental. We are in June of 2023, and we are being asked to approve a budget supplemental for year end 2022, over 6 months ago. And I guess I don't really understand the purpose. The money's already been spent. Nothing we're gonna do tonight is gonna change that. So once again, we find ourselves in a position where we're being asked to give our approval for whatever reason for something that has already been done. So perhaps you can answer the question I have, which is, relative to the timing of this, why didn't what we're being asked to approve tonight come up for our approval before it occurred, as opposed to us looking 6+ months backwards and being left in a position where our decision doesn't really matter?
We could move this a little bit earlier, but we wait until now because we have auditors are going to review our audited financial statements with the council 2 weeks from today. We need to get all the numbers approved before we can issue the audited financial statements with all the federal agencies. We could move this a little bit earlier, but we're thinking if we can wait until we get at least the response from the auditor, the numbers may be more accurate. But we could actually add a little bit more just to be safe.
So is this something that was flagged by the auditor in their initial review?
No, it's not flag. It's just, as a part of a year-end audit, we need to make sure unused funds will be returned to the fund balance. This is a part of a year-end audit process. But we could move forward the budget supplemental, year-end final budget supplemental request a little bit earlier. How early would you like
Well, if
us
it's
to?
money that we spent in 2022, ideally as close to the end of 2022 as possible.
But sometimes we leave the 2022 book open until the end of February because we're waiting for vendors to send us the invoices.
Yeah, and I can appreciate that. But
Because if they are late, we do not have the complete numbers. We don't want to send you another budget supplemental.
I hope you understand my perspective, that
Correct.
leaves March, April, and May, three months, longer than the time that it took for that invoice to be issued in the first place before this comes to us for approval. It's just a little difficult for me to grasp when I'm being asked to make a decision that I don't really see the point. And I'm not an accountant, but I spent a lot of time in the city's budget over the years, and this decision has already been made for us, and we're just being asked to give approval to it, from what I can tell.
Okay, so we can definitely revisit the timing, submitting the final. Would you say March may be reasonable?
Yeah, I mean,
Because we leave the book open usually until the end of February, depending on how quickly the vendors can send us.
Yeah, I certainly understand that it takes some time to close out the books.
Yeah.
But June does seem
Too late.
excessive to me.
Okay, we'll revisit the timing for the budget supplemental. Any questions?
Don't see any further questions on this section. Go ahead, Director Lowe.
Okay, then we'll talk about the ARPA spending. We have different columns. The first one is different fund, the purpose, the description of the ARPA funding. We received total 8.7 million. All the fund has been allocated. It doesn't mean they're all being appropriated. That's why I have some budget supplemental through the year, depending on the timing of spending the money. Our major ARPA spending is on water, sewer, stormwater, infrastructure improvement, and transportation. You can see public improvement, transportation, and also homelessness. Most of our capital project funds, homelessness projects, and for sustainability. So at the end of 2022, we have spent 1.8 million. We have remaining close to 7 million to spend down. And council also approved the budget supplemental number 1, 2 million for the sidewalk and 500,000 for walk and wheel and 79,000 for homeless action plan. That's additional appropriation for 2023. By ARPA funding requirement, all the projects need to be identified by the end of 2024, and all the ARPA funding need to be spent down by the end of 2026.
Any questions on this section? All right. Don't see any there, Director Lowe.
Okay. And also we want to show council the funds returned to the general fund and other government fund types and proprietary fund types. And you can see this is our general fund by departments from legislation, administration, including contingency, debt service, operating, transfer out. We'll have original budget for 2022 for general fund, 55 million. We'll have budget supplemental total, including number 4.5 million. Amended budget, unaudited expenditures, close to 58 million. And we return 2.1 million back to the unassigned fund balance general fund. Then you can see the dollar amount by each department and a percentage. And also directors wrote the reason for the unused funds by each department. We give you some time to review the reason. A lot of vacant positions. And also we have the unused funds by other fund types in the appendix. The breakdowns for special revenue funds, debt service funds, capital project funds. And enterprise fund include water, sewer, stormwater, golf fund. You can see they still have they have returned $15,000, but the fund balance is not included here. And also internal service, the fund returned. Do you have any questions? Want to focus on general fund?
Any questions from council? I think we're good here as well, Director Lowe.
Okay, but we do need a council's approval for the budget supplemental number 4. Can we vote?
You're just pushing us along, aren't you, Director Lowe? I'm supposed to say that. Any further questions from council? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve 11C2?
I'll move 11C2.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Noonencamp. Any further comments? Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
I don't relish doing this, but as I alluded to earlier, I'm not entirely certain that my vote on this matters. And for that reason, I am going to be a no on this tonight. It occurs to me that this money has already been spent. This must be somehow within our authority, otherwise it wouldn't be before us tonight. But I would like to see spending packages less than 6 months before the money's already been spent. I think I made my point earlier, so I won't belabor it, but I did want to take a moment to explain my no vote prior to voting.
Member Russell.
And I do have trouble also with, I don't understand why the supplementals take so long. I mean, the CAFR should be coming out pretty soon, right? Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
And does all of this need to balance before that comes out?
Correct.
And so I do agree with Mayor Pro Tem that we should be doing this earlier. And we have made a lot of changes with budget supplementals this year. We have spent a lot of money, like $9 million. And that's 1/5 of our entire budget we've done through budget supplementals. And that would indicate that it's a budgeting problem. And so I think that this year, we need to figure out how to fix that so we're not, I mean, it really bothers me that $9 million, had we left it in the budget and not done the supplementals, we'd have had $9 million in the unassigned fund balance, right? Is that where it goes?
No, because the 9 million include allocation for other funds, like enterprise funds, other proprietary. If you take a look at this for general fund for budget supplemental, we did a 4.6 million. We returned 2.1 million. So we did a budget supplemental actually too frequently and too early. We could have waited because we have vacant positions, by savings from other line item. For the only budget supplemental number 4 will only affect 60,000 for general fund, but 450,000, that's the enterprise fund. So you can see we need to be more diligent when we present council the budget supplemental, especially affect the general fund.
So you're saying if we would have waited a little bit longer, it would have been more accurate and we wouldn't have taken as much out, so then we had to return a lot.
Correct.
Okay.
For general fund.
Okay. And then I am for that. I will approve this, but we've got to figure out how to do the budgeting a little better. So, thank you.
Member Anderson.
Thank you for the presentation, and my question on this is this something that we do every year to help to make sure the funds balance for the year end, and we always do it at some point after the end of the year? Is that true, or is that sometimes not necessary for us to do a year end after the end of the year? I'm just trying to understand why we do this and the purpose of it.
At least I've been here for 2 years. It's what we did last year as well. But before that, we can research, probably council member Woodward.
I mean, the years before, since I think I recall doing this in previous years. So, I mean, if this is just an accounting process we need to go through in order to make the year end all balance out, then I'm supportive of tonight for sure. But I'm certain, like, if it's avoidable and we can get it all done before the end of the year, before the funds have been expended, then that I understand. That would obviously be preferable if possible. But I want to make sure that we're doing we're not doing things for. If we're just doing something that's necessary to make sure we're tying the knot on 2022 and it's always going to come after the fact, then I don't see the problem with it. So I just wanted to weigh in on that.
Member Woodward?
Yeah, we as a city have been doing this for years. At least my 9 prior years, starting in 2004, we were doing this, the same thing. Private sector business does it also. I mean, it's balancing your books, it's going through, and part of it was, for example, the appropriations for the golf course and the irrigation system, and it crossed over from 2022 into 2023. And we've got to change that because it's a different year. So I don't think that it's that uncommon. And then you look at the size of our budget, and you look at how many departments there are and everything that's going on there. It's going to take some time. Now, can we get it done before June? Possibly, but as I remember, as I recall, we used to always kind of get the CAFR, I think it was in May or end May. So this isn't that much out of the ordinary.
Yeah. We definitely can relook at this process and see if we can move this a little bit earlier, or coordinate with other departments, see if the vendors can send the invoice a little bit earlier. Definitely we can push it a little earlier.
Yeah, the big thing is I don't think there's any big surprises there. Where the surprises come in is how much % of funds returned And the amount, I mean, $2.1 million, 3.5% or 3.56% of the budget. So everything in the supplementals have been talked about.
Anything else, Member Woodward? Mayor Pro Tem?
I just want to clarify, Member Woodward, the $450,000 for the golf courses, I read it, isn't carryover from 2022 to 2023. It's money that we spent in 2022.
No. We have saving, yeah, we spent it in 2022, correct?
Yeah, we spent that money in 2022, but it wasn't in the budget at the time that we spent it. So we're being asked to move it into the budget after it's been spent, which is my primary objection. The purpose of this, as I see it, and this is the first time I can recall going through a budget supplemental process like this, and maybe I'm missing something, but this is extensive. We're moving a lot of numbers here, and we're doing it very, very late. We're getting ready to enter the budget cycle for next year, and we're just closing 2022 with the supplemental right now. And it seems like the purpose of that is to make sure that when our financials get audited, the books balance. And it feels to me like, if we're planning appropriately, if we're budgeting appropriately, and if we're spending money the way this body authorized in the first place, then the book should already balance. I'm not sure what I'm missing there, but that's the message that I'm trying to send tonight with my vote.
Member Noonan-Camp?
I actually think this is very straightforward from the way that I read this. The golf expenditure was approved in the 2021 budget. It was approved by council. Staff did not spend money without council approval. The project started in 2021. Because of delays, the project did not finish until 2022, so it technically had to be paid out of the 2022 budget, even though it was appropriately by council in 2021. So we simply, because we use annual accounting and budgets and fund accounting, we simply have to move the expenditure from 2021 to 2022 to make it balance. That's all that we're doing here. We're spending money according to council direction. We approved the budget. We approved this expenditure before. I didn't, because I wasn't on council at the time, but this was approved before staff spent any of the money. It just wasn't completed until the following calendar year, hence it needs to move from one budget year to the other. It's the exact same money. So this is, I think, completely appropriate. It shows an incredible level of diligence by our staff, and we are simply making a very small clerical update to ensure that we have the most accurate budget possible as we close out the year. I agree with you that I wish we could have done this a few months earlier, but I acknowledge that we have a lot on our books, and I'm excited that we're going to close this out so that we can make sure we have the correct numbers going into the next budget cycle. So I actually think this shows a high level of diligence, not anything otherwise.
Yeah, thank you. That's a very good comment, because the 550,000 was approved in 2021. It was not spent down. So we have to reappropriate because we cannot carry forward the unused approved budget to the next year. So if that.
All right.
Make the number a little bit smaller, not the 450,000.
And I'll just close out by saying my fundamental argument there is that the appropriate time to do that would be sometime in October or November or even December of 2022, not June of 2023.
All right. And with that, we do have a motion and a second. Can we please vote?
Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Noonan-Camp.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward.
Nay.
Member Wink.
Aye.
Member Woodward.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 6 ayes and 1 nay, the 1 nay being Mayor Pro Tem Ward.
Thank you so much, Director Lowe.
Okay, thank you.
Moving on to contract with Inglewood Arts for use of a portion of the Inglewood Civic Center. We have City Manager Sean Lewis and Deputy City Manager Tim Dodd.
Thank you, Mayor. While Deputy City Manager makes his way forward, I want to point out that when the Museum of Outdoor Arts vacated the space downstairs, on this floor, we were approached by both of the organizations that you will see tonight with request to utilize this space. We did not receive any other proposals or requests from other organizations to occupy this space, and with the exception of the Public Works Department, After discussing the needs of the Public Works Department with our facility staff and Public Works leadership, I asked them to identify which spaces that they needed, and they identified a number of office spaces, conference rooms, and other shared spaces that were set aside for city use. Then I went to both Inglewood Arts and Historic Inglewood and said, since we don't have any other folks that are asking to use this, I would like for you all to work out an agreement amongst yourselves about how the space will be divided. So the two contracts that you see before you are a result of space allocation discussions that we were not a part of, but rather allowed those two organizations to come up with themselves. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Manager Lewis, for the introduction. Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'd actually like to start off just really quickly. There was a question, I believe, around the extension of the existing contract with Inglewood Arts. So in your packet, we did include the existing contract. It did expire in December of 2020. However, in section 1.2, that's at the top of page 10 out of 24 in your packet, it does allow for a 5-year renewal. So we are under that 5-year renewal now that was executed in December of 2020. So just to clear that up. I do also, before I want to start, I want to thank Christina Underhill, our Director of Parks, Library, Recreation, and Golf, who assisted me in negotiating this contract. And also I'd like to thank Eric Bertoluzzi, the Executive Director of Inglewood Arts and the Board of Inglewood Arts, who also spent quite a bit of time on this contract and working with us. So a little bit, and Mr. Bertoluzzi did a much better job than I will, but just as a really quick overview, Inglewood Arts has been around since 2002, so celebrating their 21st anniversary, their community resource. They're dedicated to the arts and enriching the lives of children. They've been a strong supplement to programs that the school district offered and giving some great opportunities to school children. They also do hold a performance series, bringing known artists from around the area at least, if not the world sometimes, to our Hampden Hall. So the terms of this agreement, so this slide just goes over a few of the things that the city agrees to. So the city does agree, as City Manager Lewis said, it was Inglewood Arts and Historic Inglewood that worked together to figure out how to program the space. A portion of this space will be used for city offices. There will be at least 5 employees of our Public Works Department who are either in trailers that we need to not use anymore or in spaces that need to be used by their departments that will be moving down there. But in this portion, it will be used for Inglewood Arts. So all these areas will be the exclusive use of Inglewood Arts. So the exceptions are Room A and the conference room. So Room A is, and we'll show you, I'm going to skip over to the map just so I can talk about it. So if you look at my amazingly neat handwriting at the top, second floor entryway. So that's like if you're facing the second floor entryway, the opposite of where we are right now. You go in, you see the blue space right there, which will be the historic displays from the museum. If you walked in, you took a left, you would go down a hallway. And the first room you would come to after a closet is Room A. So the way we're proposing this room to be used is, as you're aware from previous budget presentations, the city has been working to build out a training program for city employees. We would like to use Room A for our training program and also for city meetings and events during the day. So we will be agreeing to do the work on that room. It is in decent shape. We need to have the plumbing looked at and possibly the electrical. May or may not require some paint, may or may not require a little bit of floor work, but the bones are pretty good in it. And then Inglewood Arts would be allowed to use it after 3:30 p.m. And then it could also be used as a community space too, for just like the community room. If Inglewood Arts isn't using it, groups could apply to utilize it. If you keep going down that corridor, you'll get to a room that says Public Works. That is a Public Works conference room. That will be a new conference room for Public Works Department. During the day, other departments can utilize it, and then it could be used as a community space after 5 p.m. on weekdays and on the weekends. So also, we agree to provide routine non-event related maintenance and cleaning of the space. We agree to make the improvements that I mentioned to Room A, which are limited to those things. Inglewood Arts did also ask for a door that would allow for visibility into the white box room. So that is something we would agree to do. The white box room is, it's kind of across from the Inglewood Arts, the room A. So kind of in that space right there. So, yeah. Inglewood Arts will agree to utilize the space to promote the arts in Inglewood, maintain a schedule for the annual use of the space, and then schedule all rental uses of the space as they do with Hamden Hall. There's the map that I showed you, and then it's time for questions.
Thank you, Deputy City Manager Dodd. Any questions for Deputy City Manager? Member Woodward?
Member Russell and I did not have in our packets the new lease. We have paper packets. Maybe you have them in yours. I didn't look online. I pretty much knew what it was since I helped write it.
I'm looking at the electronic packet, and on page 3, it says amendment number 1 to Hamden Hall Use Management Agreement with the Inglewood logo on top.
Amendment 1 is the amendment that goes back to.
Oh, wait. No, that's
the old one.
It doesn't. It appears to be the new one, the way I'm looking at it. And then the old one starts on page 7.
I see the same thing.
Well, we don't have it. I'm saying the two of us don't have it.
I don't know what would have happened. Maybe a error with the making of the packet.
Which won't stop me from approving it.
Anything else, Member Woodward?
No.
Member Russell?
And I mean, we may have it in here, the first, 3 pages. I have some huge issues with this whole thing. We are expecting to give a taxpayer asset and allowing them to keep the revenue without expecting them to be transparent. And the citizens, we have had no study session explaining how much the rents they're gonna charge, how much they're making from this whole thing, and we're expected to vote tonight to just hand it over to them. And when people have done open records requests in the past, they don't get the information. They are spending taxpayer money. And I can't approve this without that information. I believe that we need to have a study session and we need to be explained very clearly what is going on with e-arts. And the thing that just concerns me the most is the core requests that have been done and not answered.
Anything else, Member Russell?
I do have one question. I saw this in the old, I'm assuming this is the old, well, I know it is the old because Lucretia Ellis signed this, so that's been quite a while. It says, notification of termination in the event that Hamden Hall is sold or the city requires e-arts to vacate the premises prior to the termination of this agreement or any subsequent renewal, the city shall provide e-arts with written notice at least 360 days prior to the required vacation. They aren't giving us anything. We're giving them something and we have to give them a year? And is that still accurate?
So that was the original contract that was formed before a lot of us, including myself, were here. My understanding is that that is not one of the things that the amendment addresses. Certainly it could. Certainly the amendment could address anything that's in here.
I personally believe that we should table this to a study session because I am not willing to give up all of this without more information than we've gotten in the packet.
Thank you, Member Russell. Anyone else? Any other questions?
Mayor, could I for clarification.
Go ahead, City Manager Lewis.
Thank you, Member Russell. What financial information would you want from this organization?
Well, in the packet, it said that, it cost the city a lot to run this. So we're just giving it to them and they can keep all the rents. They can schedule the rents and they can keep everything. How do we know what we're giving them?
So the room, you're interested in the rental income that they generate off the space.
Right, right. And I'm also, this is a taxpayer asset. And that needs to be open and transparent to the taxpayers. So if the taxpayers want to know who they're renting it to and how much they're renting it for, the taxpayers deserve that. The other thing that I have a question about also, and this is for you, we've been told for the last few months that the dissolution of EAF is imminent. Why are we still waiting on that dissolution, and how can we enter into this agreement if EAF doesn't, it's going to go away?
Thank you for the questions, Member Russell. I'll let the city attorney address the dissolution of EVE. But I will say, in conversing with the city attorney, we could potentially ask the organization for their financial information, and potentially under attorney-client privilege, we can look at if that's an allowable exception for executive session, or if they would just provide it free of will. So that's certainly something we can ask. I know that the space that the biggest space, Hampden Hall, we're really not making any changes to that, and most of the groups that they're bringing in for that are, providing concerts and kind of community assets, community benefits for people who come to the shows and events at Hampden Hall. With regard to the new space, that's really the subject. All of it's the subject of tonight, but the majority of their usage that Mr. Bertoluzzi has discussed with staff has been the school music program. So the student that you saw today, their Inglewood Schools does not now provide space for that program, which teaches Inglewood school children to play instruments. And so that is something that is being provided at Inglewood Arts. But I'm not aware of, large-scale rentals of that. As was mentioned earlier, we do have a church that's utilizing a portion of that space. But they, to my understanding, they are paying Inglewood Arts for that. And for those portions of the Civic Center that they're using that are not under the Inglewood Arts contract, they're paying the city of Inglewood.
And I am not opposed to using the cultural arts for school programs, but I am concerned about the finances because this is a taxpayer-owned asset, and we need to be open and transparent with the taxpayers of Inglewood.
Member Woodward.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I know Inglewood Arts, having been around Inglewood Arts for a long time, going back again to 2004, provides a lot of work at no charge for Inglewood schools and for citizens of Inglewood. So I think this is actually taxpayer well spent, taxpayers' money well spent for this. If there's any revenue on it, I don't think the revenue that's on it would probably be rental for space when the chamber music comes in from the symphonies or something like that, or out of state national type of a chamber group comes in and plays. But I think we can ask Inglewood Arts to be totally transparent on this, and they'd be more than happy to be transparent on it. But as far as the document goes that I went over with Tim and Victor Tuesday, I'm ready to move on that.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Anyone else? Member Russell.
I just would like to weigh in on that, and I know that Councilmember Woodward had some issues that I'm not aware of, really probably that none of you are aware of either. And I really feel like he may have enough information, but we haven't been shared that information. And I think all of that information needs to come to all of us before we make a decision. So, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Is there a reason why or a way that a delay in this would be harmful? I'm very sympathetic to Member Russell's position that we're being asked to make a fairly long-term decision that does involve some financial implications. And there have been, even tonight, some potential transparency issues brought up. You know, as a city facility, a city building, you know, I can even recall times in the past, and I don't want to disparage anybody or throw stones, but I myself have had some small level of difficulty determining how that part of our city hall is managed, or our city building is managed. So I think this does lend itself to a more robust discussion. What would we lose if we delayed?
Yeah, I mean, certainly, as the city, you know, we wouldn't have the Public Works, well, we actually would have the Public Works conference room. We would not have Room A available, but the training program is still in development. Obviously, if you look at the other side of the contract, obviously Inglewood Arts wouldn't be able to use it, so you can use it for your determination about that impact of the delay, but those are really the things that it would impact, is that they wouldn't be able to get started on using the space, and we wouldn't either. But again, I'm speaking only from a city perspective, is that the training program is still, we're inching closer, and we have a date to launch a supervisory training program, but it's not till the early fall, so.
But in short, staff is perfectly fine delaying. It would really be the organization that would need to answer that question. But from a staff perspective, we're in no hurry.
Member Nunekamp?
I'm assuming this would apply to the next agenda item as well, both contracts, or are you only concerned about one?
I'm more concerned about this one because it involves the financials and renting and how much money. The other one seemed to be more cut and dried, but I mean, I'm okay to table both of them. But I'm okay with moving forward on the other one. So either, whatever council wants to do. Thank you.
Member Woodward, do you have anything else, or lights still on?
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I'll just say, I think the Historic Society is totally different than this. Hampton Hall is the big thing, and I think we should be moving forward on that. There's no reason not to. I mean, we did get those documents.
Thank you, Member Woodward. With no further questions, anybody want to make a motion?
I move to table the 11C3 to a study session as soon as possible. I mean, I don't want to delay this forever.
Is it okay if I ask Mayor, Member Russell, just looked at the calendar today, and it looks like we could probably do it in late June, but if that's not possible, would like the mid-July meeting of the 17th be okay?
I think that's okay unless there's some reason we need to move forward on it quicker. Thank you.
Yeah, I was noticing the same thing, that looking at the schedule, the 26th is looking pretty busy at this moment, but go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
I would suggest handling it more quickly if we can, only because, I don't know if this will matter or not, but there seems to be the connection between this item and the next item. And the next item I know is perceived by that group as somewhat more time sensitive, but that could change if our decision here changes. And that's my concern, is I think they fit together, and I'd be more comfortable voting on them together, even though that item's not in front of us yet, which I think it would behoove us to have that conversation with Inglewood Arts earlier because of that.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So right now we have a motion at table for 11C3. So I guess, do we want to just get a second on that? Yeah.
I'll second.
Good. So, and we'll time undetermined at this point, but any further comments? Seeing none, can we please vote?
Member Anderson,
Aye.
Member Noonenkamp,
Aye.
Member Russell,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward,
Aye.
Member Wink,
Aye.
Member Woodward,
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Thank you so much for that. We'll take a look at it, the calendar to see where we can fit it in. Moving on to 11C4.
Is it okay, Mayor, if I just ask quickly, for that study session, would you like it to be Inglewood Arts doing the presentation? Are there specific things you would like from them? Just kind of wanted to see what the direction was on that.
Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
I think we could reasonably ask both groups that intend to use the space to come and provide similar information. You know, for Inglewood Arts, as Member Russell indicated, I'd like to see financials. I want to see what the city is gaining or losing from the current arrangement, which will inform my decision as to extending it. And I think it's fair to require the same for the society as well.
Member Noonenkamp?
I agree. I think in addition to the financials, an overview of the programming, the benefit to the city for the investment that we're making into the changes to the space is the community benefit, the cultural benefit. And so an overview of what that programming might look like would be helpful if we're going to do the study session.
Yeah, and that was something else, I'm sorry. Usage information. How many days is it booked and for how long?
Member Woodward?
Yeah, I think specifically speaking, we're talking Hampton Hall, right? And I think that's the financial information, getting further into their financial information. I don't know what the value of that is.
Thank you, Member Woodward.
So it sounds like for Inglewood Arts, you'd like the financial information for Hampton Hall, and then for both organizations, you'd like more information on the possible usage of the space and community benefit?
Yeah, and Hampton Hall is just a income and expense type thing. I mean, what's the revenue? What are the expenditures to run it and stuff? If there are any, I don't know.
Member Russell?
Thank you. And can we get a complete copy of the contract? Okay.
Apologize, I don't know what happened with the collation
Okay.
of it, but yeah, we have it, and we can certainly have a packet ready for you tomorrow, so sorry.
Okay.
About that.
All right, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
For me, it's more than just revenues and expenses from the facility. It's the financials of the organization, because the financials of the organization inform a decision on the sustainability of the organization for years to come, and whether or not they are, the right stewards for this facility. So I would want to see something akin to a 990 form for a nonprofit, or something that shows me where the money comes from and where it gets spent, so that I can evaluate the organization as a whole, including how they spend money.
I agree with that.
All right. Anything else? Anything else? Perfect. We're now moving on to 11C4. I'm assuming that there's no additional discussion on that point. Anybody want, or any questions for our Deputy City Manager? Seeing none, can I get a motion? Oh, go ahead, Member Noonenkamp.
Considering that we're adding this to the study session,
Well, we need to get a table on we need to table this one as well.
I would think so. I'd rather
Yeah.
do them together if there's not an urgent need.
Right. Okay. Did you want to make the motion to table?
I'm happy to table this and it's not date certain, right?
Date uncertain.
Yeah, I just looked actually, and the next two meetings are a little tight. We'll try to see what we can do during mayor manager meetings. And if not, the 17th does look pretty good of July, but we'll try to do it earlier if we can.
Okay.
All right. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Russell. Any further comments? Can we please vote?
Member Anderson,
Aye.
Member Noonenkamp,
Aye.
Member Russell,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward,
Aye.
Member Wink,
Aye.
Member Woodward,
Nay.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 6 ayes and 1 nay, the 1 nay being Councilmember Woodward.
Thank you, Deputy City Manager. Moving on to agenda item 12A, I just have one thing, just, it came up during, public comment, just the puppy mills. I would be open to having our city attorney, when she has time, because I know there's a lot on your plate right now, but at some point I would like for us to consider an ordinance to, not allow puppy mills. So just wanted to get feedback from council if this is something that you guys are willing to entertain. Member Noonekamp.
Are you proposing an ordinance banning puppy mills or banning pet stores?
Well,
that-
pits, yeah, there we go. Thanks for that clarification. Anyone opposed to having the city attorney look into this? Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
I'd like to take it to a study session before it comes to the dais. I think there's room for discussion on both sides. We may, as we have recently found, the law of unintended consequences is sometimes at work when we don't consider all constituencies and we react with a piece of legislation that restricts the rights or privileges that exist for certain groups currently.
So you don't want to make the changes on the dais then, as we work?
Not
No?
every time, Mayor. And not on this one for sure.
Right. Thank you for that. I'm open to the
Mayor?
study session as well. Member Wink?
Yeah, it's interesting when we want to have a discussion for all parties involved and when we don't. But I would like to move forward any ordinance, any piece of policy that can restrict any support on the part of the city of Englewood of these puppy mills. So it may come in different forms than we may know of. And for that, maybe we can talk further and get further data, but I'm wholeheartedly in support of just not treating animals in that way. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Wink. All right. That's all I had for Mayor's Choice. Council Member's Choice. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
I'll start. A couple of weeks ago on a Friday, I had the opportunity to spend a couple of hours in the morning with police dispatch. And it was a very informative experience. I sat, dispatch, I don't know how many of you have been in the room, but there are basically 4 workstations in 2 different pods. And I sat with the dispatcher who talks with the officers who are out and actually, tracks what they're doing at any given time and sends them out. On the other side, there was a trainee and a dispatcher who were answering and fielding phone calls. Got to learn a lot about the way our systems interconnect with other systems in the county, the E911 authority, how the things that other jurisdictions do affect us and how we can interact with them in better ways. It's an amazing place to sit, and I would highly recommend anybody, I know a lot of us go on ride-alongs, but sitting in a chair for a couple hours and riding along with dispatch, you get a view that you don't get from a police car. So a worthwhile expenditure of time and highly recommended. And I want to thank dispatch for hosting me, the chief as well for making arrangements.
Thanks for that, Mayor Pro Tem. Anyone else for? Go ahead, Member Russell.
So I do have a question. Are we doing board and commission interviews? I think we should get back to doing in-person interviews.
Thank you, Member Russell. At this point, we have them set for virtual for this coming Monday. I guess we can discuss having them in person, moving forward either. For this session, I would still prefer them virtual, in person. We could discuss it for the next round of interviews, so.
And what about people that don't have access to
Like Zoom or.
Zoom or whatever?
In terms of people that are applying for the boards or commissions?
Yes.
Well, we send a link, I guess would still have to, so I guess the question is like for those that don't have internet access, because if they have a computer, they would be able to open up the Zoom link. Are you saying that we have people that are unable to access a computer? I see what you're saying.
I don't know for certain, but I know that there are problems with Zoom occasionally also. And I mean, in the past, I think we have allowed, council has been there in person, and then we do allow some people. I'm just saying, COVID is over. We need to get back to in-person meetings.
No, it's understood. Anybody want to weigh in on that topic? Go ahead, Member Anderson.
I agree. I mean, I totally agree with that. I think it's time to get back to in-person.
So you would prefer for this coming Monday, you were like in person?
I mean, if we've already communicated with everybody and,
That
told
was
them it's
kind
gonna be
of the
virtual, that
thinking,
kind of thing, I think, I'd hate to pull a fast one on everybody, but, yeah, had I thought of it a few weeks ago, I would have said, yeah, for sure.
Right, okay. And City Clerk, you made a head motion that we have communicated was going to be virtual.
Yeah,
Okay.
they are already scheduled for virtual.
Okay. Member Woodward?
Yeah, I would prefer that in the future, not now, not this time, but the future that they'd be in person. I'd also prefer that water board was in person.
Okay. Perfect. Go ahead, Member Russell.
Okay, and then also, this is, for the city manager. I had asked, I think probably at the last council meeting, for a room for CEAC on the third Wednesday. I know that the police department has offered, but it is not open and transparent. The code enforcement manager had to keep leaving the room to go make sure there's nobody public out there. And when we have it at City Hall, it is already open and people can come in. So I still would like to have a room at City Hall for the Code Enforcement Advisory Committee meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. Anyone else? And actually, so getting back to your point, Member Woodward, I think we probably should bring that up with the Water and Sewer Board that we prefer to do those in person, so. City Manager report.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm having a little trouble with Teams tonight, so I'm going to ask the Deputy City Attorney to give that. We've got some good news on a volunteer flower program that we just want to share, and that will be it for tonight.
Sure, 1 second. Yeah, so this was actually a program that we wanted to highlight that was in your Friday report. And I really want to first give a huge shout out to Debbie Severa, who's the executive assistant in our Parks, Recreation, Library, and Golf Department. She is now formally coordinating this program and doing a great job. So this is a program that's been around for a while, but we're putting more formality around it. And essentially, it's a program through which volunteers plant flowers across the city. So the program gives volunteers a vested ownership, so to speak, in our parks, while freeing up park staff to complete other tasks. There's 8 flower beds. There were photos of some of them that were in your Friday report. They're being maintained by volunteers, and the volunteers are neighborhood groups, individuals, businesses, city employees, and members of the Sustainability Commission, patrons from Mali, and just people that love gardening. As a preview of the 2024 budget supplemental request that you'll see on June 26th, staff will be asking for a small, about $6,000 amount to establish a sustainability grant program that would also allow neighborhoods and other community groups to expand plantings to other parts of the city, such as underneath neighborhood signs that are starting to spring up, as well as other community-driven sustainability initiatives. One last thing I did want to mention as well, related to room reservations, is we know that we could do more in terms of what we have on our website, in terms of what's available, and so we are working. I wanted to thank Sarah Harkness, as well as Lucia Magnuson and members of our IT team, specifically Joe Eisenbart. We are working on an overhaul of that website that will have photos of all the different spaces, links to forms for people to be able to apply right online for rooms, contact information, and as well as other details about their rooms. So we hope we have some of that up. The forms are up now. We hope to have the rest up by the end of June at the latest, so I can certainly let council know about that, but I just wanted to let you all know we are working to improve that and have more information about our room reservation process on the city's website, and that would also include rooms in places like the library and the recreation centers. And that's it for tonight.
Anything else? All right. And with that, we are now adjourned. We'll see you all virtually next Monday. Have a good evening, everyone.